I'm gonna attempt to double shot for 4 hours straight, and we're gonna do that to find out a few things. One, how often can I double shot? Two, am I gonna improve over time if I do this for 4 hours? Am I actually gonna get better at it? Three, we're gonna see if I have any hand fatigue for doing it for this long, and if hand fatigue affects me. And we're just gonna see if it's just a viable strategy to go for double shots constantly like this. I do have the hand cam, so you can see me actually do the double shots right now. I am using a S-type controller, and I am live streaming it right now. So I'm gonna pull up the chats real quick so we see all the chats. What's up, Crazy? How's it going? Appreciate it. Alright, so all the chats should be working now. So TikTok and YouTube and Twitch for everyone that joins. But yeah, we're gonna try this out. So there is like different techniques to actually doing the double shot. One technique that people do is pressing the trigger 3 times. You thought I was trolling, Mike? No, I'm actually doing it. I was gonna do 8 hours, but I'm like, nah, we'll do 4 hours first to see if I can stay sane. Alright, someone asked on TikTok, what is double shooting? So in Halo 2, a double shot is pressing a button combination of RRX. So you have to do it very fast. I'm gonna try to put my controller closer to see, but RRX. You have to do it very fast. And then to keep doing it, to continue shooting, after you do RRX, you press YY to basically switch weapons and switch back to allow you to shoot again. Because if you just double shot, it locks you in this reload animation. So pressing YY kind of negates that. Yeah, what up, Connor? How's it going? So back in 2005, you started using Southpaw to double shot. Yeah. Southpaw is when you can shoot with the left trigger, right? Yeah, it could be easier. I mean, I don't know, like, what is technically easier or not. I mean, just the thing of being able to do it with one hand, so that I can like literally do all the timing with one hand, could make it easier, but I'm not sure. Find out a few things. You said you switched to Southpaw when you started clawing? Yeah, that makes sense. And I also want to see one thing too, is how many times I can like double shot in a row without missing. I should have had I might put like a timer for that, or a counter for that. So I tried this yesterday just for like a little bit, just to see how long I can do it for, and I did do 17 in a row. So I'll try to beat 17 in a row. Still run any LANs? Yes. Yeah, there's gonna be a LAN in about 2 weeks that I'll be going to. So I should be streaming it on TikTok and everywhere. Used to play FPAs with Pine, Shipworm, and me. Nice, nice. I don't think I played with Pines or Shipworm that much at FPA. Do X-Links, X-Link GameStop in the Discord? Hasn't been for like a few days or a week. But we moved to, I think we're mostly gonna play Xbox Live instead of X-Link. Yeah, what up, Big Red? Yeah, you'd be surprised that I'm actually good at every game. So I was doing like some theory crafting about this earlier, like with double shotting. And I feel like if you can't get above like doing it above 90% of the time every time, then shouldn't you be double shotting people and not into space? I mean, this is how you practice, right? You're not always going to have 2 weapons if you're just running around. You're going to shoot at nothing for 4 hours? Correct. We're going to be shooting into the void for 4 hours practicing. So, let me break it down for how to practice something on how to get better, right? So step 1 is just taking away as many variables as possible. So step 1 right now would be not even moving around, just double shotting with one hand. Just basically just doing it with one hand and trying to get as good as possible while basically just doing it without moving. So I'm not doing anything else but focusing on double shotting, right? So step 2 would be actually moving around and doing it, because you're going to be, this is how you're going to be doing it most of the time anyway, because you need to aim, and when you aim to double shot, you need to be strafing. So then step 3 would be trying to do micro adjustments and then doing a double shot. So like, for example, if I'm aiming like a little bit to the left before I double shot, then aiming a little bit to the left, aim a little bit to the left, aim a little bit to the left. So I'm like aiming slightly. Then the next step would be to try to go into games like just FFAs and stuff, just practice it. I mean, this is quad shots. This is what quad shotting is. Like pressing YY, double shot, YY, this is a quad shot. I mean, BXR is like not something that, like BXR is just a given. Like, you can't mess up BXRing. But because there's no timing penalty for BXR, it's always going to work. Should practice not on stream. Well, the idea is what we're going to do is we're testing out a few things, so it's all going to be recorded on stream too. So I'm testing out if I'm going to get better over time. Yo, what up? What up, Joy? How's it going? How been doing? Yeah, what up, Fester? He said the Colombians gave me a new take on skillful quad shotting. Not quite, not quite. It just made me think about it more to the point of like we're testing this out, right? And RIP my hands. Yeah, I did actually like do a lot of hand stretches before this just in case, but I think even without doing hand stretches, I could do this for a lot longer. 4 hours of super bouncing. We'll do that. We'll do that another time. BXR double shot, yeah. The rhythm, so I just BXR double shot right there. The rhythm is a little bit differently. The rhythm of BXR double shotting just kind of like, just a little bit different. Do 4 hours of playing Halo Infinite? That might actually be harder than this. Playing that game for 4 hours, right? Yeah, I appreciate everyone joining the stream. Connor, you said you don't remember what it's called, but you remember watching me do it at the end of my second montage? Yeah. So what you saw is BXR, and then you wait for the reload. I'm on host right now, so I can't do it. But you BXR and then wait, and then you double shot, and then melee, and then double shot again. Joshua, yes. How do you double shot? You press RRX, so you have to do it in a certain rhythm. So RRX. So I'll try to get this closer, but it's kind of hard to see on with the camera, but there's just certain timing to it. And then after you double shot, you can press YY to, because if you just double shot, it locks you in this like animation to where like it's reloading for you, like your gun reloads, so you can't do anything else. So if you press YY, it takes you out of that to where you can keep shooting. Can you do it on keyboard? Yeah, if I was, you can do it on keyboard, like if you're playing on PC. Yeah, so the cool thing about Halo 2 is it's kind of like, in a way, kind of like a fighting game and a first-person shooter rolled into one with all the button combinations, especially when you're up close. Like there's so many different moves that you can do when you get close range, whether you're meleeing someone, BXR, BXB, jump melees, crouch melees, like, and each one has kind of its own little counter to another. So it's really interesting. Do I play on Cartographer? Yeah. I haven't played in like a week on there, but it has a high player base. So if you saw recently, Xbox Live is back on the original Xbox, so that's also a lot of fun. I think between that and Cartographer, like Halo 2 is like in a pretty healthy place right now. That seems incredibly difficult to get the timing right. Also, isn't there a way to BXR without having a full clip? That's a great question. So normally you have to BXR like with having a full clip. So if you look at the top right, you need a full clip to BXR. However, if you kind of combine the double shot where you press RRX and throw in a melee in there, it's called RRBX. So you can actually BXR without having a full clip. So I'm gonna try right now. RRBX, RRBX. So I did it just now, right? So I did it again. So that's how you do it. It's RRBX. It's a little bit faster than so the other thing that you can do is just melee and then YY and shoot. That's slower than doing it, but it's just more consistent. Yo, what up, Daniel? Appreciate it. Yeah, Joshua, I played Halo Infinite at the start, like professionally. I would say that I can keep up with all the current Halo Infinite pros. I mean, I proved it basically. What a trailer. Why did I stop? Well, partly it was the game. So like when I played Halo Infinite, I played with a good team, and after things didn't go well on that team, I wanted to play with brand new players. So instead of sticking with like pros that have been around and that have played for a long time, I played with new people that have been playing the game for less than a year because I wanted to like start fresh. And basically I stuck with that team for a while and it didn't work out, so I just didn't want to continue with that. What team did I start out with? It was G1. The double shots on my second Halo 2 montage were sweet. Appreciate it. Who's better at double shotting, me or Eli? I don't know about now, but I mean back in the day, probably Eli, because he clawed it. Like I'm not clawing right now. I can claw, so like if I try to, like I would have to like practice. So I just claw double shot right there. I'm clawing right now. It's a little bit harder for me. Like I could get it if I practice it, but I also think it's harder to aim when you claw. So I'm just gonna continue not to claw. But I could do it like when I'm playing in game, like and I know I'm in a situation where I might have to jump. I just switch my hands to claw and then I can claw and like I'm doing it right now. But, I mean, I'll prefer not to play. You know Eli, the ninja, the dude who created the call? Yeah, I mean, I teamed with Eli a lot. We teamed a lot for Halo 3. I appreciate it, Joshua. Thanks. appreciate everyone joining tonight. Appreciate all the questions. Hope everyone's having a good night. Hard to double shot on MCC, but maybe it's the controller. Yeah, it's so I was talking to a few people earlier about that. Like, some people think it's easier to double shot on OG, and some people think it's easier to double shot on MCC. So like, it just depends on the timing. I think the timing is like basically the same, or the difficulty's the same. Just the timing is different. Miss old school Halo, it's been... Yeah, I agree. I thought they fixed the desync in Infinite, or it got a little bit better with the last update. Heard a lot of people say the last update was good, or some people said it wasn't good. Yeah, what up, Frenzy? I'm just in this game alone right now. I'm doing Juggernaut, so I have infinite ammo. There's only one Juggernaut. What's also interesting about doing this is like how much, if I miss a double shot, how much of it is my fault versus the controller's fault. What I mean by that is like sometimes when I YY, the Y button gets stuck, so it's not my fault when I press YY and it doesn't work. Like the Y button's literally stuck and I hear it like get stuck. So that would be like not my fault, right? That's not like human error. That's just like the controller being messed up. So how much does that happen like when I'm pressing the X button when I double shot, or like if the trigger like spring isn't working properly? Like there has to be a degree or a percentage of mess ups just because of that. Yo, like you said, any plans for future montages? Yeah, I have a lot of clips. I plan on doing stuff this year for montages. I have a like. I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, I have like over 500 clips. Probably like, maybe like 600 actually. Like probably around like 300 for Halo 3 and 300 for Halo 2. Yeah, I agree. Ninja said, if you have sensitive triggers, it's way easier. Yeah. I'm using the controller I'm using right now. You might notice like the little emblem is a little bit different. This is a Japanese controller, a Japanese S-type controller, and the triggers for the Japanese S-type are a little bit more sensitive than the standard S-type, so that may help. But yeah, I agree with the other controllers. I mean, when I tried it out, I tried it out like 2 days ago on Project Photographer, double shotting with different controllers, and I found it was basically the same with every controller. Like I tried a 360 controller, PlayStation, my Scuff Instinct with the mouse click triggers or not using the mouse click triggers, and it was basically just the same difficulty for each one. It was just the timings may have been just like a little bit different. You just had to get used to the timings for each one. Oh yeah, I have a lot of clips like that going on. So do you guys think I can actually do this? I'm actually going to finish this, doing this for 4 hours. Alright. We're going to test this out too. So it takes 6 shots to blow up these barrels, right? Alright, so 6 shots. Alright. So one more shot and that barrel blows up, right? We're going to see... Or actually, maybe I shot it well. Too much. We're going to do another barrel. I want to see if... Alright, maybe it's 5 shots. Who knows? We're gonna do 4 shots now. I know if you shoot 6 shots, it'll, like, blow up instantly. Maybe it's 5 shots and it blows up after a little bit. This is Halo brain rot. Agreed. How do I feel about dead zones on Halo MCC playing Halo 2? Can't figure out how you play without dead zone. Oh, I actually have a video ready to release for dead zone settings, and I'm gonna make a different video just about dead zones in general. But yeah, so the dead zones in, like, on MCC, it's nice that you can adjust them. I would recommend just using axial and not using radial at all. Anywhere between 4 and 12 is good for axial. Pretty much best just to use whatever the lowest is without having drifts. So starting out with like 4 and then going up from there so you don't have drifts. How can you double shot hacks? Well, nah, you press RRX. That's why I have the hand cam, which is kind of hard to see, but yeah, you press RRX. So RRX, but you press it very fast. There's a specific timing to it. You have to press X basically right after you press R. The second R. Do I, Joshua, you said, do I think anyone would be as good as at Halo as Ogre 2 was at CE or Halo 2? Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of people that are right now that are just as good or better, you know. But the difference is, like, Ogre 2 was just so far ahead. Like, the ogres in general were just so far ahead of everyone back then. Like, there was little things that they knew. Like, their teamwork was very good. Their individual skill was very good. So, I mean, they were just, like, so far ahead of everyone. Someone asks, what am I achieving from this? So this is just a few things. So at the beginning of the stream, I kind of went over everything that I'm testing out, but it's basically a test. It's a test of, is this viable to, like, do? Is it worth learning? Am I actually getting better if I practice this? Like, I already know the timing, right? Like, I already know how to do it, but am I actually going to get better? I mean, I already know that you can't do it 100% of the time, but can I get to the point where I can do it like 90% of the time? Do a BXR with a double shot? There you go. I need to practice with opponents. Yeah, that's the next step. First step is seeing if this is viable. The next step is to practice. I mean, if you guys have watched me play before, and I play Halo 2, like, during a series, like a best of 7 series, I might double shot like once or twice in the series. Yeah, what up, Tom? Exotic, he said, do you think tennis grip tape would be good for an S-type controller? Is that like for the back of it? What would that do? What's Roll Pit like on Insignia? Roll Pit's cool. I mean, there's a lot of SMG starts in Roll Pit, so I don't really... I mean, I like the arc starts a lot more. Was this in the original Halo 2 the whole time? Yeah. Yeah. This is in the original Halo 2 the whole time. It was. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of button glitches in it. Nothing's game breaking. Nothing's like insane. Like what I'm doing right now is like kind of hard to do in a regular game. Well, actually, it's very hard because most people don't. I mean, you have to basically take your thumb off the joystick in order to press X to do the double shot by pressing RRX. So, and to do it like risk-free, you need 2 weapons, because if I just like double shot normally, then I can't do anything. I have to like, it doesn't let you shoot again basically if you have 1 weapon. So in order to get out of that penalty, you press YY, so you switch weapons and switch back, and that allows you to like continuously double shot. So I'm pressing YY or double shot RRX YY RRX. So I'm doing that very fast. So I guess it's like, it's basically 10 buttons every second. I'm pressing 10 buttons every second if I'm doing it correctly. Because the VR burst is half a second, so yeah, something like that. You're using the what controller? Yeah, this is the S-type controller. No, that's not the D controller, it's the S-type. Exotic, you said, for gripping and anti-sweat. Oh, I mean, I haven't heard of that, but that's a good idea. I don't really have any issues with it. Like, for me, if anything, like, it would be like, I would want something for my thumbs, like using like gamer grip for my thumbs, just so like my thumbs don't slip at all. But that would be it. Yeah, clawing, I personally think that like if you claw, especially with the S-type, you're just gonna have worse aim in general than if you don't claw. Just the way you have to hold your hands, like, I mean, I've tested it out, like, the way that your hand is, like, I can do it, like, I'm clawing right now, and I can learn, like, I can double shot when I claw, like, I just have to practice it. So I'm clawing right now and double shooting, but, like, it's the way you have to hold your hands and where your thumb is, it's like, and the way your wrist is, you just don't have enough control to be able to like aim like I guess as efficiently as possible. So I don't think for S-type it's like optimal for aiming for the claw. So it's been about 30 minutes, and I feel like I have like a good like rhythm. I don't know if I feel like I'm better than when I started. I'm not sure. That's my favorite controller ever? Nah. I don't this controller's okay, I don't like it that much. But it's the best one for the original Xbox, like by far. Right now my favorite controller is the Scuff Instinct. So like any PC game, I like using the Scuff Instinct the best. One, two, double shot. Yeah, there you go, there you go. Yeah, it's like easier to time the double shot if you have like a setup for it, right? It is definitely a lot harder to do what I'm doing right now, where you're just squatting constantly. Yeah, for people that claw on double shot, like, there's not that many people that do it like nowadays for OG, for the original Xbox, just because clawing on the S-type is a lot harder than clawing new controllers. Like, it's very easy to claw like any of the modern controllers. It's a lot harder for the S-type, just for the position of where everything is. But like Eli and Walshy were like probably the two like best players back then that clawed. But even then, like those guys didn't have like as good of a shot as like the best like aimers in the game. Like their shots were very good. Like don't get me wrong, but some of the people that didn't claw would have like a better shot. Is this the S? Yeah, this is the Series S controller. This is a Japanese S type. I feel like double shots were harder on MCC than on Halo 2. Yeah, it's different timing on MCC. So like, if you're used to the original timing, it's just different. Yeah, but from the other people I talked to today about the differences between both, they basically said some people thought it was easier on MCC and some people thought it was easier on OG. So I think it just depends on the timing that you're used to. For a few things, right? So I don't think they ever fixed it on MCC, like the shot pacing, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but you basically shoot faster on MCC, and it's also 60 FPS instead of 30. Do I have to practice in MCC? Yeah. So what that's like the experiment I'm doing right now. Actually, I'm trying to see if it's actually worth practicing. Like, is it worth practicing double shooting? Like, am I gonna actually get better if I do this for this long? Because like, basically, if I picked up a controller, if I didn't play this game for a year and I just picked up a controller, I can double shot. Like, I can probably do what I'm doing right now. So is it worth actually like practicing? You're thinking of putting paddles and mapping it to X? Our super jumps back now. Yeah, this is the original Xbox, and yeah, so everything's in this one. Here, I'm gonna try to super jumps right now. Let's try. Let's go. First try. Let's go. But as far as like putting paddles, or trying to double shot with paddles with X, it's I've heard of people doing it, but like almost all the best people that double shot right now, all of them press X to do it. So I think just a matter of doing it with like one hand, I think is beneficial. So like doing everything with your right hand, I think that can be beneficial because like it's just like a rhythm thing. I mean, I tried it for what did I try it on? Maybe on Project Photographer. I tried doing a bumper. Like I tried doing the left bumper for X or for reload, and it was like pretty hard. So I don't know. I don't know if that's just like all the muscle memory I've built up for it, or if it's just like actually just harder. So I'm turning around. Yeah. Watching this makes you feel old. Why is that? Have I tried LT to shoot? I've done that before, yeah. I don't know if it would be a difference for... I mean, I'll try it right now real quick. I mean, I played Boxer, so that also would like mess me up. It would be like, I guess it would be easier to claw since you don't have to worry about pressing the trigger. So I understand how people like southpaw claw, but like I'm so used to playing these settings, so I don't think it would be worth switching since I play Boxer. anyone I play with do Southpaw? Yeah, I think most people play default, but then some people, I would say the next amount of people play Boxer. So I play Boxer. And then that would probably be the next most popular thing for OG, is playing Southpaw. But yeah, because it's easier to Southpaw and claw because you don't have to like try to press the trigger that much, you know? Like the right trigger, I mean. So it's just easier to claw. 4 hours straight is something else, yeah, we're almost done with an hour. I was gonna do 8 hours. I'm very glad I did not do that. Eight hours would have been insane. But, I mean, honestly, Halo 2 is one of those games where if you literally just put me in a room with Halo 2, I could literally just walk around the map, like all the maps, just by myself for hours, just doing random stuff. Whether it's like trying out jumps, like trying out grenades, really anything. Yo, what did you see? Yeah, I'm really doing it. I don't claw. I semi-claw, so like, if you see my hands right now, if I think I'm gonna be in a situation where I need to like melee or jump, then I'll switch my grip like this. So it's very easy for me just to switch to claw. Like, I'm just switching right now. So it's very easy to do that. But I think it's easier to shoot without clawing. Yeah, someone asked on TikTok, what's the point? It's really just practice and seeing if it's worth it to practice. I can't say I've ever done this for 4 hours before, so am I actually going to get better at it if I do this for 4 hours? Is it actually going to make a difference? Is doing this, like, is double shotting actually viable? Like, in game if I try to do it all the time? Yo, NBC said I'm gonna be quadding the whole time in 2 weeks. I might bust out the double shots a little bit more. Practicing for what? It's more of a theory thing, right? So like, basically what I'm doing right now is the equivalent of someone, you know, practicing free throws before they go play pickup ball at the YMCA, right? Like, that's basically what I'm doing right now. But it's more so just seeing what, like, what's the point of anything, right? Like, what's the point of just playing a game for fun? I'm just seeing if I can do it. I'm seeing if I get better. Yo, what's up, Tyree? You said, what is this? This is Halo 2. We're doing some double shots on Halo 2. But yeah, I'll be posting some more Halo 3 content, and I'll get back to Halo 3 eventually. Have I been playing with other Halo 2 montages? Yeah, I've played with a lot of people that's made Halo 2 montages. Pick you at the LAN? Are we doing a tournament? Are we doing a tournament at the LAN? Who's the captains? We're doing a tournament. Han's got to be a captain, right? Oh, NBC, what do you think of the quality? Yeah, I'm sure we can do like a mini tournament. It looks good. Yeah, I can get you these settings if you want for the retro tank. Is this part of my training? No, I don't normally do this. This is like just seeing if it's worth practicing. One of the funny things is, like, I can actually, which I've done this before, I can aim to the right, like default, like when I double shot. So I did it just now, like, because I'm holding to the right and I'm like pressing X at the same time, so I can actually like sometimes aim to the right and double shot. My best to my hands. Appreciate it. I think my hands will be okay. Yeah, you just need to get an SD card in UC. Because the one that it comes with, like, is basically bad. Yeah, what up, Bob? You said you joined late. Please explain. Yeah, so I'm playing Halo 2 right now. Just in a game by myself. And I'm practicing double shotting. So double shotting is just pressing RRX very fast in order to shoot 2 shots at once. After you double shot, you press YY to switch weapons and switch back. You can do it again. So I'm basically pressing RRX, YY, RRX, like, so I'm doing that constantly. And I'm doing this for 4 hours to see if I'm gonna actually improve. It's worth practicing. Or is this a known thing with elite players? Yeah. Everyone knows about double shotting. It's just a matter of what I want to find out is if it's worth it, right? Because, like, I do this in game, but I don't do it all the time, right? And all the time, every single time I stream, every time, someone comes in from TikTok or from YouTube or Twitch, and they're like, why don't you double shot more? Why aren't you double shotting? Why aren't you double shotting? So I'm double shotting right now and just basically showing, like, yeah, I can do it. But when you're actually in game and you see someone, for example, because no one can double shot 100% of the time. Like, even all the best people at this can't do it 100% of the time. I would say I can probably double shot the same percentage as all the best people can. If not, probably within like 5% of them, right? So if, like, let's say I see someone, right, and they're right where I'm looking at, and I come out and I try to double shot, but I mess it up. Let's say I mess it up and I end up reloading. Well, I would have been better off just shooting normally. However, if you're in a situation where you have a wall next to you, and if I mess up, I can just, like, go behind the wall, then the risk is not as bad. So you can just go for the double shot, and then if you miss it, just go behind the wall. But if you're just out in the open, then it's not great. And especially if you only have one weapon. If you only have one weapon and you screw up, you can't press YY to help you recover if you mess up. The fact that I can't aim them, I mean, I can aim them. Like, I showed earlier that I can claw and double shot. It's just like, it's just not as effective to aim when you double shot. So I just claw right there. So it's like, I mean, it's not as easy to aim when you're clawing. That goes for anyone. That goes for anyone. For the S-type controller, it's easier to claw and aim with, like, the modern controllers. Big, you said any chance of running custom games with viewers? Yeah, for sure. The best way is joining my Discord. If there's enough interest, then I'll do that. Like when we tried to do it last time, like not enough people knew about it. So the more people that are in the Discord, we can run that. Joining the Discord off YouTube, I don't know the best way of joining it. If you were to go on my Twitter profile, which it's gunshot with a 0, I know I do have a link on there to join the Discord in the link tree on there. Trauma, you said 30 minutes a day. You've watched my videos before but never picked up on me doing it? Yeah, like if you were to watch like my old montage from like 2006, 2007, then like this you'll see me double shot in it. Like most of the time it's like 1, 2. Most of the time it's like this, right? It's like 1, 2, and then double shot. Like, then most of the time it's like that. Because most of the time you'll land one weapon. So you said you used to be obsessed with the montages? Appreciate it. You said BXR is greater than... You said BRX? BRX. Okay, okay. I got you, I got you. I got you. Rodriguez, you said you beg to differ? I mean... You mean on the S-type controller. So on an S-type controller, you're saying it's easy to claw. It's definitely harder to claw on like the S-type than it is to claw on like the modern controllers. It's like pretty easy to claw on the modern controllers. It's just like you have to move your hands so much if you want to claw it. Like the other way of doing it is, yeah, like aiming with your ring finger, but that's just like so awkward. Like the guy I talked to earlier basically said he sets his controller down like on his lap in order to like aim with his ring finger, because you're basically not holding the controller at that point. So then it's like easier to claw and stuff. But I don't know. I'm clawing right now and aiming. I mean, this might be the best. This might be the most optimal way to play, honestly. Like, cause it's not that hard. There's not a strain on my hands to aim like this. But I don't know. I've done it so long like this, so why not? I appreciate it, it's fine, appreciate it. Glad it inspired you. Do I still remember my first double shot? I don't, but I do remember it on the Master Chief Collection. I do remember that. So I remember the first time I tried it, I remember it. It was actually on midship, and me and Eli were in a game, and I actually was like on sword spawn, and I actually quad shot him. That was my first time trying it. Like, that was so amazing to me, because like I didn't double shot for, you know, when was that? Master Chief Collection came out in 2013. I didn't touch Halo 2 for like 6 years, I guess. So just to be able to like just double shot after so long was just, I don't know, felt so amazing. I actually recorded that clip. That was one of those moments where I was like, Xbox, record that? You guys remember that? With the Xbox Connect? Yeah, but I mean, you can still like you're mostly like when you're aiming anyway in this game, like you're aiming mostly like 80% with the with your movement anyway. So like even if you're not crawling the double shots, it really doesn't matter that much. I mean, it would definitely be best to be able to aim at the same time, but I think traditionally clawing, like if you traditionally claw, like aiming with your ring finger or your middle finger, it's just worse to aim on this controller. Have I been doing this for 4 hours straight? It's been 50 minutes or so. So I think I have the timer on the screen. Fearless, you said this game is trash? Think so? Why do you say that? I think it might be the greatest game of all time. BXR for you? I got you, I just BXR. Halo 3 is better? What makes you think that Halo 3 is better? What do you like better about it? Oh, because you got better at Halo 3? I was pretty much the same way. Like, I feel like I was better at Halo 3 than Halo 2, just because of the time. Like, when Halo 2 was out, I was basically, like, 16. And then when, Halo 3 was out, like, and I was playing competitively, I was 18, so, yeah. Any suggestions on how to connect wirelessly? What do you mean? Like over Wi-Fi? Like to like your router? Halo 2 multiplayer and comp scene was way better. Glory days. Yeah, I mean they're both really good in their own ways, right? Like Halo, they're both like revolutionary. Like Halo 2 introduced the friends list, like being able to pull up your friends list, being able to message people. Like that was like unheard of in any game at the time. Being able to talk to people, which it's amazing that all that's back now, like with Xbox Live. Then Halo 3 had Forge, and it had theater mode, file share system to be able to share game types. So I mean they're both pretty amazing, like when it comes to those aspects. Now when you're talking about the actual like game itself, one thing I didn't like in Halo 3 is the BR was a little bit more random. The third bullet in the burst was more random as further you basically got into the clip. So if you kept shooting, then the third bullet is more random in each burst. So that made for some very weird fights sometimes. Like sometimes you'd get registration, sometimes you wouldn't. And then the maps I think are better in Halo 2 than Halo 3. But there's a lot of things I like about Halo 2 and there's a lot of things I like about Halo 3. So. Am I doing this to practice? Yeah, I'm seeing if it's worth it to practice. So we're seeing if I'm actually getting better. Like, have I actually improved since the start of this, or not? If I did improve, am I only like 5% better, or not? So is it actually worth practicing? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And then Joseph said, OG Xbox to play online. I'm not sure. I would try to use Ethernet if you can. You could get a power line adapter that basically runs the Ethernet connection through your power line. If you don't have that, if your router's not close by, you could get a mesh router like Google Wi-Fi or Eero. There's a lot of different things you can do. I definitely wouldn't get an original. I would definitely not get an OG network wireless adapter because that would be like wireless G or something like really old and really bad. So I definitely wouldn't do that. So back to the question about dead zones. What does higher axial dead zone actually do? All right, so that's a good question. So basically, it creates a guide for your aim, horizontally and vertically. So it's kind of hard without like seeing an example, but like for example, I'm aiming up and down right now in a straight line, perfectly straight. If you turn your axial down to 0, your aim's going to be like this. It's going to like when you try to aim up and down, it's going to like, you're going to aim to the right a little bit, right? And it's same thing for left and right. Like I'm aiming left and right in perfectly straight lines right now. Because in Halo 2, on the original Xbox, the default dead zone is 24. Very high. 24. Can't adjust it. So on MCC, you can actually lower it or adjust it however you want. But being able to aim perfectly in straight lines helps out if people jump so that you can track them properly. If someone is to my right and I need to line up a snipe shot, for example, and they're directly to my left, I can literally swipe to the left and hit them perfectly without it going slightly above them or below them. So you can basically create aim in straight lines better. That's what axial dead zones does. If your axial dead zone is too high, then that makes it so that it's harder to aim diagonally though. So there's like a middle ground of being able to have it low enough where it doesn't affect you when you aim diagonally, but having it at a good point to where you can still aim up and down and left and right in straight lines. So I play on 4 for MCC, for axial. But anywhere between 4 and 12 I think is good. I wouldn't recommend lower, and I definitely wouldn't recommend higher. RRBXR? RRBXR. I don't think that's a combo. Oh, you mean RRBX, okay. So that's BXR without a full clip. So, I did it just now. So the different techniques that people have done this with is some people tap R 3 times instead of 2. And I think I just tapped it twice. I don't think I tapped it 3 times. But the reason people tap it 3 times is because when you press RRX, on that third time, or when they're pressing X, they press the trigger in too, so they're pressing it 3 times. Like, I can do it 3 times, but I feel like you get a little bit more fatigued and it's not as consistent if you do it that way. Love the live, appreciate it, man. Glad you're here. next time I'll be shooting real people in the game. Used to play Southpaw makes it easier to double shot. Do you know what? Do you know why that it made it easier for you? Like, why do you think that it made it easier for you? Is it being able to do the timings with like 2 different hands? Because I personally find it's easier to do the timing with 1 hand, just because it's like 1 rhythm. But was it different for you? Separated the hands exactly, yeah. So it made it easier for you. So I wonder, that's interesting, because I'm like wondering, maybe that's just the way that like people's brains work. Are you left-handed or right-handed? Curious. You're right-handed? Okay, yeah, I'm right-handed. Yeah, maybe just the way our brains work. Maybe they're just wired a little differently. Oh, no problem, no problem. I'll try to offer as much nostalgia as possible. We're going to be landing on the original Xbox in 2 weeks too. So this is kind of practice for that. Maybe I'll be able to double shot on land, who knows? No, dead zones don't have anything to do with the hit registration for MCC. It's literally just all aiming. It is important to have high enough dead zones so that you can recenter your aim. So what that means is, if you have drift, like if I was looking around right now and I had drift, like where I move to the left and then my controller's just like moving on its own, that means that I can't recenter correctly. It's not good in any video game to have drift. Recentering means that once you recenter on a target, so like if I'm aiming at someone and they're right here that I'm looking at right now, and I aim at them, if I take my thumbstick off the if I take my finger off the thumbstick, now I can basically match and strafe to where they strafe, and if they move left and if they move right, now I can aim left or right since I recentered to where now there's no dead zone that I have to cross in order to aim again. However, if I was aiming and like I kept aiming to the left and didn't recenter and I'm still aiming to the left while I'm strafing, then that means now if the guy went to the right and I have to aim to the right, I have to cross from left to right, so I have to go past more of a dead zone in order to aim again. So maybe I didn't explain that very well. I don't know if I did or not, but if I didn't explain it well, let me know and I'll try to like figure out a way to re-summarize all that. But basically, recentering your aim is basically what all the pros do in every FPS game, and it's one of the most important things when it comes to aiming with a controller for every FPS. Yeah, we're on Halo 2 right now. How do you double shot? you press RRX. So when I say RRX, that's like the default button there. So shoot, shoot, reload. Then if you press YY after it, then you can do it again by pressing the same button. So I'm pressing RRX, YY, RRX. You know OG, but how is it smooth on Master Chief Collection? Yeah, it's the same. Like I'm on original Xbox right now, but you know Master Chief Collection is you can also double shot. It makes me practice it for 4 hours. I'm seeing if it's worth it to practice for 4 hours. Like, am I actually? I don't know if I'm actually getting better at it or not. I'm also seeing if my hands get fatigued, if that affects anything. Because like, I'm basically pressing 10 buttons every second. Does it do full damage? Yeah. The recenter is kind of like the ogre twitch, to where he circles vertical. That's also a good question. That's not really the same. So the ogres kind of knew something that no one else did, and they told people about it, but people didn't really believe them. Like, so on the original Xbox, that is a thing. That if you ogre twitch, like if you basically do a circle with either stick, it recalibrates the controller. It actually does. So like, if you unplug the controller, I'm gonna do that now. So if I unplug the controller and plug it back in, you'll actually see, like on some controllers, there's like a little bit of drift. Like basically it feels like the dead zones are lower. Like, so if you do like an ogre twitch after you unplug the controller and plug it back in, then it actually resets the controller, like it recalibrates it. That's only on the original Xbox though. Recentering basically means that you can hit resetting your right aim so that it goes back to center, so that you can aim left or right freely. If you don't recenter, then you're stuck aiming in one direction. Yeah, it's fine. Most people still use X, like even when they have paddles. I tried it before and it just didn't feel right, so I don't know. I'll never shoot the BR normal again. I'm on OG right now? Yeah, I'm on OG. Yeah, winning a double shotting someone in game does feel really good. It does feel nice. People talk about like dopamine in games, like what you can do to get like what gives you dopamine. I think that wins, right? Just double shotting someone in Halo 2, like that's it. Yeah, what up? Said I'm cracked, smoke. Do super bounces still work? Yeah. We can try one. I know it's super bounce on this map. Did I get it? There we go. Did I get a double kill on the Uber twins with quad shots? In my montage, you might be thinking of a different clip where it was different twins, Stoner 1 and Stoner 2. Those guys were like top 32 like players back then. I think I double shot one of them, like just killed the other one. Can we just say I did the 4 hours and played online? I wish. Said I'm good already. I appreciate that. So if you guys are familiar with this game, you know that in Halo 2 there's like you mostly have one weapon, right? So if you go for a double shot, you have to be like damn sure that that shot's gonna land and finish that person off, and that you can get away. If you miss the double shot, or if the double shot doesn't kill them, then you're kind of stuck because you can't YY like what I'm doing right now to keep shooting if you don't have another gun. So there is a risk factor involved. So what I'm basically theory crafting is what percentage is it good for you to go for that double shot? Like if I can double shot 80% of the time, then is it worth going for if 20% of the time I'm going to miss it? Same thing for quad shots. It's the same thing for like in basketball, if someone takes a contested shot and it's considered a bad shot, like the same thing. So it's just like basically, is it a good play or not? So it's a quad shot, triple shot, what? Yeah, so this is a quad shot. Like, basically double shotting 2 times in a row is a quad shot. That's what people call quadding. Yeah, so basically, what this reminds me of, because there's a lot of people in the Halo 2 scene that kind of obsess over double shooting, and it's like it's not really a big factor in games because of what I said. Like I already know the risk factor of it, so it's more for like what it reminds me of is like people back in the day just like going for montage clips or sticks across the map and stuff like that. That's what it reminds me of now, like people going for double shots and stuff all the time. Like if it's not a good scenario to go for it. You're shocked that I've been doing it for this long? Yeah, it's been an hour and 15 minutes. That's another thing too, is I'm figuring out like if I'm doing it for 4 hours, am I gonna be worse by the end of the 4 hours or not? Like, are my hands gonna be fatigued, or will I be better? Like, will I have the rhythm? So, someone in the Twitch chat, Trauma, said earlier that he thinks that it would be ideal to practice like 30 minutes a day. if you know, if you think that practicing makes you better, basically. I feel like after an hour and a half, or like an hour and 15 minutes of doing this, I feel like I do feel a little bit better than like the first 30 minutes, so I don't know. What controller is this? This is I'm on the original Xbox, and I'm using an S-type controller. This is the Japanese variant, so the Japanese S-type. Ninja, you said your girlfriend's mad you're playing Halo again? Why is that? Are you addicted? Yeah, right now my hand's not sore. Right now my hand's good. It's situational, like if you're down entering a VR shot, the double shot finish trick to win a battle. Yeah, exactly. So like, if you think you're gonna lose a fight, if you don't do it, sometimes it's worth trying, because like, if you miss it, you're probably gonna die anyway. Exactly. But then there's other situations of like, whether it's worth going for. Like, one of the situations I like is like, kind of like this, right? So if someone is running up to P2, and they put their head down, and you're like shooting them in their back, then you have to shoot them, I think it's 7 times in order to kill them. So like, if you don't have a lot of time, sometimes it's best to like just double shot in their body. So I remember doing that a lot to kill people, like just double shot in their back. But there's an unlimited number of ways to improve. That's true. I guess it depends, like, what you want to improve on. Like, what should you prioritize getting better at? No way, 4 hours of doubles? Why? Or I'm seeing if it's worth it. If I'm gonna actually be better. Seeing if I can do it. I mean, I've personally never seen anyone try this. I've never seen anyone double shot for 4 hours, so. What's my thoughts on Infinite? It's okay. It's not my first choice of Halo games, but to each their own. I don't like visually how the game looks. I don't like, you know, how there's no like red and blue teams. I don't like that. Obviously the maps are not that great in the game. The last update apparently fixed desync for a lot of people, but for some people they say it's worse, so I don't know. Some people say the last update is better, some people say it's worse. And these are like pro players with different opinions. You know, I could change the color. I mean, yeah, so like, I know that, but I mean like, there's not a traditional red or blue, so everyone looks like a highlighter. Everyone looks like you just smeared a highlighter over them, like, depending on what color you choose. So like, I use pink, because pink's like the easiest to see, I think pink and yellow is the easiest to see in that game. So, it just looks like you just smeared them with a pink highlighter. And then you said pre-use decision making a movement while battles to actually fight. Yeah, that's probably the most important skill in Halo. Like individually, that's the most important. Then like also like being aware of where your teammates are and like working together with teammates. But what you just said though, you normally can get better at that by like whenever you die. Think about like what you could have done better if you made the best play. You know, you think to yourself like, would I make that same play again? Is there something I could have done better? That's normally how the easiest way to get better than that. Do I think there's going to be a new one soon? Yeah, I think there's going to be, I think they're going to put out a Battle Royale, and I think there'll be a new Halo in the next few years. Which I'm definitely looking forward to. Comms and situational awareness are important too. Yeah. The situational awareness, I don't really know the best way of getting better at that other than just playing. Comms, yeah, reviewing VODs, seeing what your comms are like. If you're repeating things too much, like that's one of my problems with comms, is repeating things too much. Emphasizing important callouts. Small talk. So small talk's one of the things that in Halo 3 people focus on a lot. Small talk is saying things like, I'm behind you, or I'm weak, don't push yet. Like talking to a teammate and working together instead of just calling out locations. And Juan, you said, what is that, cartographer or Halo 2 PC? I'm on, this is on original Xbox right now, but yeah, cartographer is also popular. I play that too. Oh yeah, exactly, pinging. Yeah, and Halo Infinite being able to ping stuff. I actually like that. I like that in Infinite, being able to ping. That's probably one of my favorite things. Yeah. I'm trying to think of in Halo Infinite, like what's actually good in the game. Like, maybe you guys can help me out. Like, what do you guys like in Halo Infinite that's like not in other Halos? I mean, pinging is definitely probably the #1 thing. I think the sliding around, like the G sliding in the game, I think that's a little bit corny. I personally wouldn't say that. The shots register on Halo Infinite. Shots register? I don't know about that. I guess shots like do register, but like you also get shot around walls more in that game. Everyone's shots register too much. Like for you to get shot around walls. That's like my biggest pet peeve in any video game is desync, like getting shot around walls. And Halo Infinite literally had the worst desync of any video game ever in existence. Like, Halo 2 being 20 years old should not be better than Halo Infinite when it comes to desync, but here we are. Master Chief Collection, this night times, you get bloodshot in there. Said not having elite shots was nice. You like that? How do you do the jump from P Street to the front of P2? It's just like you kind of have to like curve the jump. So like you just, I don't know, you just try to curve it. You can do it from both sides. There's a lot of jumps that are good, I think, that are like good to learn. Like being able to know how exactly where you need to be to jump like up to P3 is important, so that you're not like looking at it and jumping too far. Like when you could just be like doing a shorter jump. So knowing that's good. What else can you do? You can also jump to P3. Like you can, like most of the time people jump up here to jump up to P3, but you can actually jump up there without doing that. So let me try it. So you can do it. There we go. You can do it like that too. There's a lot of little tricky jumps over here that no one does, no one knows about. A lot of stuff. Am I getting better or getting tired? It's a good question. I feel like I'm not tired. So, I mean, I've been doing this like without a break for almost an hour and a half. I'm not tired. I do feel like I am better than when I started. I don't know how much better. I feel like it's like the more you practice it, like what I'm feeling is like I'm more confident. Like I'm more confident to just do it. You know what I mean? So I mean I've been like I'm reading chat while I'm doing this, right? I don't know. I think doing that just like makes me more confident. Just talking and reading chat at the same time while pressing 10 buttons every second. Because I am doing that basically. I'm pressing 10 buttons every second. It's RRX, YY, RRX. P2 face to P3, yeah. I'm a madman, yeah. I am a little bit crazy to be doing this. One of the things that did inspire me to try this out was I do remember Mr. Beast had a video like where he counted to like 100,000 or something. I'm like, well, I'll be honest, guys. Running around the map, like practicing a skill set, sounds a little bit more fun to me than counting just to like 100,000. So, I mean, I'll take this over that. You literally have carpal tunnel from this back in the day? Yeah, I mean, I've done a really good job at taking care of my hands. Car 1 to car 2 super sneaky, yeah. Just this jump. I miss this jump so much in game. This is when I should actually practice like more, because like in game, like it seems so easy, but somehow in game I miss it sometimes. That's one of the easiest jumps that I do most commonly in game. When it comes to like, I did before I did this, like, I'm pretty familiar with like different hand stretches and like different ways to like warm up my hands and stuff. So I did that before I started the stream. So I think my hands will be fine. I'll be honest, I've played, I mean, if you guys have played or seen Lockship on Project Photographer, like, I've played that before, non-stop, without breaks, for like 8 hours before. So, like, if I can do that, I think I can do this. I think I'll be fine. This is the rare webcam stream. Very rare. I don't think I've had a webcam on stream in like... It might be 10 years. It might be. What's the point of this? Where I'm seeing if I get better. I'm seeing if it's worth it to practice it for 4 hours. And I'm seeing if I could actually do it. I've never seen anyone do this. Never got good at double shots, but you could do it. Yeah, it's definitely takes a while to get the rhythm down. Once you get the rhythm down of doing it, then it's pretty easy. Once you get the rhythm down. If you don't know like the right rhythm to do it, then it's pretty hard. Show us your thumb muscles. I don't even think I like, I don't know, just normal. Did you ever patch out super jumping? No. I'll try to super jump right now. It's not patched out of OG. It's not in Master Chief Collection, though. But in it was never patched out of OG. How do you do the neutral host trick in Halo 2? There we go. Alright, so what he's asking, how do you do the neutral host trick in Halo 2? So what he's asking is, traditionally in Halo 2, if you play custom games, whether you're on LAN or online, someone in the game is host. Host can grenade jump, their shots register more, grenades basically do more damage, melees register better. Basically, you have an advantage with hosts. And that's just how it was back in the day. That's how they played on LAN. But a lot of smart people came together and created a version of Halo 2 where it's like a host Xbox. So now we can actually have everyone playing off host. Now how do you do it? You have to have like the right file, and you have to have what do you have to have? You have to have a computer or an Xbox, and of course the file, and that computer or Xbox has to be on the same network. The way that we'd use it is that there's a server that someone pays for, and they sent a computer to that server, and we log on to that computer via TeamViewer, and we basically go into the emulator Zemu and log into that, and basically it's already set up to where that is the host Xbox. So we just join that Xbox, and that's how it works for us. It's host. That works for LAN, it works for X-Link, it works for Xbox Live with Insignia. Pretty neat. You can super jump in NCC. The frame rate being higher, maybe the initial jump start much higher. Yeah. I've heard there's some jumps that are still possible in there too. You were better at Halo 3 multiplayer, but Halo 2 is the best multiplayer. Yeah, that's pretty much how it was for me. I enjoyed Halo 2 the most. Like all the maps on it, like the cool thing about Halo 2 is all the maps have their own like vibe, like their own unique vibe that like nothing else is like it. You know what I mean? Like when you're playing Headlong, there's nothing else like it. When you're playing Waterworks, there's nothing else like it. Coagulation, Ivory Tower, like, all those maps are just so special to me. Appreciate everyone following the stream too. Thanks for everyone following on Twitch. All the new subscribers on YouTube and everyone on TikTok. I appreciate you guys. I'm probably going to mostly be focusing on Halo 2 and Halo 3 content. So over the next like few weeks, it's going to be Halo 2. If you guys didn't know, this year is Halo 2's 20th anniversary. So in November, we're going to be celebrating 20 years of Halo 2. The Beatrice has been bringing new vibes to Halo again. What is that? Is that a person? Twitch rivals Halo 2, that would be cool. They did that before. It's funny they did that, and then like all the best players were not invited to Twitch rivals. Oh, that's a creator. Oh, cool. That on TikTok. Is that a guy or a girl? What do they normally stream? Or what type of content do they normally put out? What platform am I streaming on other than Twitch? I'm streaming on TikTok, on YouTube, and on Kick. Yeah, all of my VODs you can find on YouTube. So if anyone's ever watching on Twitch and they missed out on anything, or the stream ends and they want to keep watching, or they want to like go back to the beginning, like I don't put my VODs on Twitch, but I do have them all on YouTube. Did Hybro your antivirus? What's up, man? I thought antivirus's name was like antivirus. But if it is antivirus, what's up? What's up, bro? How much was the double shot controller? That's a good question. I mean, that's why I'm like double shotting, I guess. There's no extra buttons on here. There's nothing else. It's literally me pressing RRX. I'm glad I set up the 10-year-old webcam for that. Do I remember Halo 2 forum? Yeah, of course. Halo 2 forum was I liked Halo 2 forum a lot. I know like a lot of the MLG people like made fun of the Halo 2 forum people, but like I don't know, I like both communities. You can't believe you've been watching me quad shot for almost 2 hours. I appreciate your dedication. Thank you. I'm glad you've been with me. I definitely needed some people with me. I definitely needed you, or else I would have gone insane. Hit scan makes the big team maps more enjoyable in Halo 2 than Halo 3. Well, Halo 2 is Halo 2 is not necessarily hit scan, like you still have to lead your shots, but I get what you're saying. Like you're saying the shots register more just regardless long range. Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, Ryan Walsh is awesome. Yeah, I miss Bungie.net being able to see all the stats and everything. Who do I think's the best ones player on MCC right now? Well, for MCC, I don't think anyone good plays MCC ones. So I guess I'll change it to Project Cartographer. Well, as far as like 1v1s go for Halo 2, like no one in the like the real ones or the other guys Discord plays in that. It's mostly the Colombian and Mexican Discords that do. I think it's called SMG. So there's a lot. They have a lot of players, and they play 1v1s. Apparently, someone said they play 1v1s every day. So the best people in that Discord are probably the best at 1v1s because the other communities don't play it. So Antivirus just won the recent 1v1 tournament this past weekend. Probably the best one. Me versus Ogre 2 right now, who wins? I would win in any of the Halos that are out. I mean, Ogre 2 is obviously really good, but I mean, like, I can play Halo 3 at the highest level. I mean, like right now, like I can play Halo 3 at the highest level. Like right now, I can play Halo 2 at the highest level. For Halo Infinite, if I were to play Halo Infinite, like if you gave me 2 weeks of Halo Infinite, I could play it at the top 24 level of Halo Infinite. If you gave me a lot longer, then I could play even better. I mean, I could play at a high level for all the Halos right now. And I don't think Ogre 2 cares at all. I think he's just chilling. Like, Ogre 2 has nothing to prove. He's chilling. It said doubt the Infinite comment. Top 24 in Infinite? I mean, I've literally done that. Like... I mean, I was on a pro team for Halo Infinite G1 at the start. The biggest online tournament ever. We got top 6 out of 515 teams. So that was us getting top 6, beating a lot of really good teams. The biggest online Halo tournament ever. We got top 6. At the event, we ended up losing to Sentinels for top 16. So we had like a pretty bad bracket beat playing Sentinels, which that Sentinels is the FaZe squad right now. So Snakebite and Frosty and those guys. Who had the best quad shot back in the day? Probably Eli. Eli probably was the best at it. I haven't really talked to Eli about it. I don't know if he like practiced double shotting or he just kind of went with it. I don't think he practiced it. I think he was just good at it. Toxiciphoria? Yeah, I know Toxiciphoria was really good at it, and I think Toxiciphoria is the one that like tried the excessive shot all the time. When's the last time I played MCC? Do you mean like Halo 3 MCC? I think I played a few weeks ago. At least it was a few weeks ago or a month ago. I do miss that. I do miss Halo 3 on MCC a lot. It's one of my favorites. I really wish that we could get See what keeps me alive for playing Halo 2 is the fact that we can play like really competitive games with the best players in the game, and the community is like really cool for Halo 2. For Halo 3, that just doesn't really exist. There's not like a big competitive community that is great at the game and that is cool, you know what I mean? Eli the Ninja and Eli X, yeah, they're different. So Eli the Ninja, former professional player, Halo 2 and Halo 3. A lot of other accolades. We teamed together. Eli X first was a competitive player. Like Eli X is still really good. Like he went to Halo Reach tournaments. I think he got top 32 or top 24 at a Halo Reach tournament. But he mostly does like content creation, montages and stuff like that. Oh, Halo 2 MCC. Oh, well, so most people moved off that game, Halo 2 MCC, and most people play on Project Cartographer instead for PC. So if you're not familiar with Project Cartographer, that's basically a better version of Halo 2 on PC than MCC. Like shots register better, aiming tools better. Basically, almost everything is better for that, so that's what most people play. Do I know who Claw's Trash is? I don't think so. That's not Claw Me God, right? It's a different person. I don't think I know him. What happened to that little kid that used to play? He's pretty good. Little Poison. So Little Poison played Halo 2 for a while. I don't think he ever like placed back then. I don't think he did. He didn't do anything for a while, and then he played Halo Infinite like matchmaking. I don't think he went to a tournament, but he like streamed and played Halo Infinite matchmaking. Weird side note for Little Poison. So like, after like Halo Reach came out, like I was just playing different games for fun, and like I had a friend group that was playing Madden, and randomly Little Poison was in that friend group to where we would play like Madden online, and like we did drafts and would like, I don't know what it was called, but like had like a fantasy like Madden team, and you would like play each other every week. So like I was like briefly friends with Little Poison playing that. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it was super random. Like I wasn't friends with Little Poison for Halo 2 or Halo 3, but we were somehow like friends playing Madden. That's actually happened way more than like you would think too. Like I've became like friends with a lot of people over different games instead of like Halo where you'd think that we would meet, but like we actually met at other games. Kind of funny. Yeah, Cyrex, yeah, I'm doing it for been almost 2 hours. Wait, I did this earlier. Is this still weird? Is this one still up? No. I'll blow up all of them. Didn't I pretty much invent the ninja on Halo 3? Yeah, I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate it. Who, that only a few people, like, that is true. I did, but only a few people, like, give me credit for that. Like, when I used to play with, my gamer tag, is GUIV space shot. The I and the V look like an N, so that's why it was that for on the 360. So people, when they saw that name, like when they see it's a GUIV, some people would say like Guive, or like some people would pronounce it weird. So I remember like when I played with Dustman, he would call it that I Guived someone. That meant that I like ninja'd them. I think I went for it way too much back then. Like, I did try to ninja a lot of people. I remember one time in a scrim, I was so close to doing it against Walshy. The shot, or the beatdown ended up being like a regular beatdown. It didn't count as an assassination. That would have been insane. You remember seeing me in multi-team doing it for the first time on the Twitter? That's awesome. Yo, what up, Jay? You said haven't watched the Halo series? No, I haven't. I heard the second season is good though, so I might actually eventually watch it. I mean, all I heard was that I heard it was really bad the first season, so that made me not want to watch it. But with everyone saying the second season's good, that'd be worth it. Remember TA Tourneys for back in Halo 2? I don't remember it. I'm trying to remember. Is that free-for-all tournaments? Getting ninjas worse than me. Yeah, I mean, getting ninja'd is like by far the worst feeling. In Halo 3, I don't think it ever, I really don't think it's ever happened to me in Halo 3. Like, even on MCC, I don't think it's ever happened to me. On Halo Infinite, it's happened. Like, you can avoid it in Halo Infinite, but because of how fast-paced the game is, sometimes it's worth it to, like, go around corners without clearing it first. So sometimes you have to risk getting ninja'd in Halo Infinite. So like, I don't know. It's not as bad in Halo, like it's not as embarrassing getting ninja'd in Halo Infinite just because of that. Like if you wanted to play safe and check every corner and like clear every corner, like if you're chasing, like if I'm chasing someone on Halo 2 and he's just going around the corner like this, then like I know that I can't just like go around the corner like this, or else like he can ninja me. I know I have to clear the corner. Like I wait for him to first to like jump back, and then I check it, you know. Like in Halo Infinite, sometimes you just don't have the time to clear. Sometimes you have to force it. Who did I normally play doubles with? I didn't really have like a doubles partner. I played with a lot of different people. I guess I played the most with Eli. Yeah, ninjaing works. It still works on MCC. It's just the reason why it doesn't work as well is because people have higher FOV now. So kind of like what I said of like clearing corners, you can basically like clear corners easier with higher FOV. Track Lord, you asked why am I doing this? I'm seeing if it's worth it to practice. Played an Xbox or PC. I'm on the original Xbox right now. So I'm on the original Xbox using an original Xbox controller. How do you tell where you're on a warlock? That's something I need to get better at too. I mean, most people kind of know. It's kind of like how I know that this is red base that I'm looking at right now because of where it is. Like, you know, like if I'm at red, carbine side is to the left, pink side is to the right. So it's kind of the same thing, but knowing the colors. Like if you're looking at the blue base, knowing that green is to the left, and things like that. Which off the top of my head, I don't remember which one's to the left and right. Like, I need to get better at that too. Like, when I'm in game, I know. But, like, when I don't know. When I'm just thinking about it, it's hard. Why 4 hours? We're seeing if it's actually worth it. Is it worth it to practice? Am I actually improving? And I've never seen anyone do it. Around 2005. Yeah, it sounds familiar. Was that online or in person? Was it in person? The HD tourneys? Oh, it was all online? Okay. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I think I do remember it. Like, it's like unlocking some memories. I think so. I wonder if this is going to inspire anyone else to try this. I hope this actually solves or answers if it's actually worth it to practice. Almost halfway done. I'm trying to aim at this. Try and nade the sword swell. It would be cool if Halo 2 had bots. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Definitely. That was actually the answer to one of the questions that one of the things earlier. I said, what does Infinite have that I wish other games had? Definitely that. I wish, like, that's one of the best things. So like talking about Halo Infinite, that's one of the ways that you can practice to get better at aiming in that is actually just shooting against bots. If Halo 2 had bots, I would literally never get off the game if I could just shoot at bots all day. You know what's funny about that? It actually makes me like, I might start playing Halo 2 campaign. I might do a playthrough of campaign on Legendary. I've never done that. I've never done Halo 2 Legendary, so might give that a shot. Yo, what up, Ryan? How's it going? Doing something that no man's ever done before, which is doing double shots for 4 hours straight. I wonder if anyone's ever like practiced in basketball, if they've ever practiced like free throws for like an insane amount of time. At one time, you know. I mean, obviously people might practice like, you know, for a few minutes every day or whatever, but I mean like literally just shooting free throws all day. Has anyone here ever practiced like a skill set like for a really long time? Just something repetitive like this? Or you said Halo 2 Legendary is hard because the snipers don't miss? Yeah. Yeah, I know that's a big part of it, just knowing like where the snipers are and avoiding them or taking them out early. Who knows, I might get into speedrunning. I know it's hard to learn, but I mean like anything else, it's just learning the strategies. As far as like sword flying goes, I promise you, I could sword fly like almost every time with any I love doing the sword fly. This is how people learn tech skill in Melee? Yeah, good point, good point. So like, in Melee, I don't know how many things there are in Melee that are equivalent to Halo. Like, I know like, you know, nair out a shield and like, you know, just the random button combos that you need. The shield drops and wave dashing and stuff like that. Like I know of the combos, I just don't know like how many there are. But yeah, I've seen people do that in Melee, where they literally just practice it. Yeah, what up, Buster? You said you'll see me on Insignia. Yeah, I'll see you around. I'll be playing Insignia more. Over the next few weeks, I'm gonna be playing Insignia a lot. Hopefully we can get more people to search Team Hardcore on Insignia. What's the best strafe in Halo 2? Really, as far as strafing in Halo 2, the hardest strafe to aim at is someone moving like this that I'm doing right now. I mean, basically what I'm doing exactly right now, but like sometimes you go a little bit more to the left, sometimes you go a little bit more to the right, but really what's better is not even thinking about your strafe and just aiming with your movement. That's basically what I do. So I don't even think about strafing. Like I still strafe, but I just kind of do it naturally. Instead, I just think more about my aim. So trying to move and line up your shot with your movement. Yeah, Rodriguez, that's why we got the timer. We got the timer. I haven't went to the bathroom. I haven't had any water. Haven't had anything. I mean, I wasn't limiting myself to not be able to do those things, but I just haven't even done that yet. RX, yeah, that's the combo. That is the combo. So basically every second I'm pressing 10 buttons when I'm doing this. Said you would think 100 things like that are double shot level hard. Yeah, Melee has a lot of hard things, and like I know Melee has a controller problem where like the controllers, some controllers are more accurate than others and things like that. I mean, Halo 2 also, or like the OG controllers also have that same issue where none of the controllers are perfect. You just have to kind of get used to each controller for Halo 2, or for OG. Like every controller has its own issues. Oh, another person asked, like, can I double shot? Like, so that happens a lot when I'm streaming, where people ask, can I double shot? So from now on, if someone asks, can I double shot? I'm just gonna link them to this video, because this is gonna be on YouTube. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for sticking with the stream. Hope you have a good night, too. why is this happening? I'm seeing if it's possible to double shot for this long, and if it's if it actually makes a difference, if I actually get better, if it's worth trying. If I do get better, how much better do I feel like I actually am at it? If I'm like better than if I just didn't practice at all. Now this is like a, so I guess when it comes to button combos and like this and like playing Smash Melee and games like that where you do have button combos that you have to be precise with. I feel like it is all like, not really a, it's more of like I guess a mechanical skill that anyone can learn, so anyone can do it, I feel like. So I feel like anyone could learn how to do this. You were hoping I wasn't going to answer just cause? Yeah. I mean, I personally don't. I personally haven't seen anyone do this before. Been hooked on Halo Infinite. Nice, nice. Yeah, when you're playing MCC on Halo 2, you don't normally see people doing this, like double shooting or anything like that. That's another thing I'm trying to see is this actually a viable strategy to go for in-game a lot? Because, like, I feel like I can do this more consistently than most people. So, I don't know. Said, don't make me do it. Halo Infinite could be fun though. I just have more fun with the classic Halos. Who knows? I might return to Halo Infinite one day. I did have the itch to play Halo Infinite, like, I think it was right before the Arlington tournament. I miss playing with the team on Halo Infinite. Like, that was definitely the most fun. Playing matchmaking, I would not have fun playing matchmaking in Halo Infinite, but having a team and like practicing, getting better as a team, like that's a lot of fun. I was wondering like if I would get hand fatigue or when fatigue would kick in, and if that would affect me. I do feel like slight hand fatigue right now for pressing the mostly for pressing the Y button for YY. It's like I don't have as much strength to press the YY twice. So that took 2 hours and 15 minutes to kind of feel that way, but I mean I'm still doing it fine. Returning. Yeah, I hope for everyone that's seen the stream before, if you notice the quality may look slightly better. I did like some improvements for the quality. So hopefully it's a little bit brighter. Hopefully it's a little bit sharper. I mean, with modern technology, it's pretty amazing how good the original Xbox can look just by using upscalers and OBS. Appreciate the follow on Twitch tech. Oh, another thing is double shooting and jumping at the same time. Since the X button is right next to the A, I do that sometimes. Where like if I think I need to jump, like if I need to aim up slightly, then I'll just double shot and jump at the same time. I remember in my second montage, I have 2 clips of doing that in there, where I jump and press X at the same time. Yo, what up, Brew? How's it going? So I've been doing this for 2 hours and 20 minutes, fighting the air, as they say, shooting into the void. I'm seeing if it's actually worth it to practice. It's actually worth doing this for 4 hours. If I actually feel like I improved. If I feel like it's worth it for anyone else to practice. If I feel like it's worth it to go for double shots in game, like at a very, like when I mean double shots in game, I mean like doing it a lot. Like, is it worth it? Guinness World Record. Yeah. I would say if mean, I don't know what the, like, doing, I guess the most double shots like in a row without messing up. Like that would be interesting, but I think it's, I mean, it does take like skill, but I think it's a little bit luck too. Sometimes like I'm pressing the buttons the same way, and sometimes it doesn't work, you know? So I don't know if that's a controller issue. If it is me, I'm not sure. I might have a blister afterwards. Yeah, my hands might be messed up afterwards, we'll see. You know, I was originally going to do 8 hours. I didn't really think that through, so I'm glad I did not do 8 hours. I think I could do 8 hours, but it would just be brutal. I mean, I could do it, I would just have to take like 2-minute breaks, 1-minute breaks. If I had like 2 minutes every hour, I could definitely do it. If I had 1 minute every hour, I could definitely do it. Yo, what up, Zachary? Yeah, it's coming back for sure. We're seeing a lot more. I mean, with Halo 2 Insignia, more people are getting on. I'm gonna be at a Halo 2 LAN in 2 weeks. We're gonna be streaming that. Hopefully, I'll be able to stream that on this account. So it'll be streamed on YouTube and everywhere. Favorites BXR, yeah. So I haven't done this in a while, but like you can so like most people know to BXR you have to have a full clip. But you actually don't need to have a full clip. You can do something called RRBX. So it's kind of combining double shots and mailing at the same time. So if I do that, I'm gonna try right now. So I don't have a full clip, RRBX. So I just BXR'd without a full clip. A little bit tricky, but it's possible. Why do I prefer OG to cartographer? It's just like, I mean, the main thing for me is FOV, so having everyone on the same FOV instead of having like some insane view model of the whole map. So like I can already see a lot right now. Right now I'm playing on, I mean, OG is 78 FOV. Like I can already see almost the whole map, but on higher FOV you could literally see the space too. So you could see everything, you know what I mean? That makes the game flow a lot worse. That's honestly the main reason, is FOV. So I think when it comes to any competitive game, everyone should be on the same FOV. That's how it is for Valorant. That's basically how it is for Overwatch and for a lot of other games. So I don't think there should be an FOV slider for any competitive game. There should just be a set FOV so that everyone has the same competitive advantage. Or it's really for competitive integrity, so that like one person isn't on high FOV and one person is on low, so that no one has the pros and cons of either or, you know? You've done almost 2 hours of practice while watching a movie. Nice. Can it affect your aim negatively doing this? Or it doesn't affect it? What do you mean exactly? Do you mean like do you think this is gonna hurt my hands, you mean? Or do you think like are you saying that it's hard to aim while you're doing this? Because both could be right. I mean, it is harder to aim while you're doing this because like I'm not clawing my controller right now. So like in order to aim, or in order to do this, I have to take my thumb off the right thumbstick to do it. I could claw, so that's when I'd switch up my grip like this in double shot. Like I can do this. Like I just clawed and I'm double shotting right now, but I can't aim as good doing this. So I typically don't claw. But I mean, I can do it. It can be done. But I normally play like this. Yeah, Trailer, you said you had lots of strain across your hand. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good with hand stretches and stuff. Like, I've always been able to recover my hands. So it's good to do hand stretches before you play. Like, the Smash players actually know a lot of good hand stretches. I remember that's like where I learned one of my main hand stretches that I used from literally watching the Smash tournament, and I had someone show hand stretches, and I learned from that, so that helped a lot. And also like keeping your hands warm, using hand warmers. Am I using claw? No, I did a second ago. So now I'm clawing. I can double shot when I'm clawing, which I'm doing right now, but I don't normally claw. So I'm clawing right now. But yeah, now I'm not clawing. So I can claw, but I normally don't. Like when I'm in game, if I feel like I'm in a scenario where I need to jump, or if I need to like, if I'm like BXBing someone close range, then I'll switch to claw. Yeah. It's just what I'm used to, and I feel like it's easier to aim not clawing, so I don't claw for that reason. That you want a double shot like this? Don't you need to keep your hands cozy? What do you mean? My controller's Japanese? Yeah, this is the Japanese S-type. I mean, the Japanese one and the regular one are like practically the same. There's like very slight differences. Like the triggers on this controller are a little bit shorter, and the base buttons are slimmer. That's basically it. There's not really anything else. If your aim on OG Xboxes run this, yeah. That's how everyone is. It's funny, that's the funny part, is like people that come from like CART or like from MCC, if it, like when they watched us play on OG for the past like 2 years, everyone was probably thinking like, oh, their aim sucks, like my aim would be way better. But like when you actually play it and it's 30 FPS and you have to deal with all the input lag, like it's hard. You have to basically aim a lot with your left thumbstick. Crosshair placement becomes extremely important. So crosshair placement would be like what I'm doing right now. I'll just explain it. So like I'm aiming where someone could be right now, so that I'm able to line up the first shot. If you're able to line up the first shot, then that means you can recenter your crosshair. So like basically constantly recentering your crosshair. So like recentering means when I'm aiming, I'm letting go of the stick to let it recenter itself. And there's a lot of other like small little things that I've learned to help aim better. Like for example, right now I can tell I have a lot of delay. So if I were to like actually just unplug my controller and plug it back in and just spin the sticks around, you'll actually feel that like now I can actually aim better. Like it basically feels like the dead zones are lowered when you do that. Like, and it feels like there's less input lag. So like when you're playing OG, it's best to unplug the controller and plug it back in like either after every game or like every 30 minutes or so. And every controller is a little bit different for that. Any reason I'm doing this for 4 hours? I'm seeing if it's worth it. I'm seeing if I get better. And I'm seeing if I can actually do it. Is this the origin of the ogre twitch? Yeah, good point. Yeah, it is. So the ogre twitch was basically if you spin the circle around, it recalibrates your thumbstick on the original Xbox. I know back in the day, everyone that I played with just kind of thought it was bullshit and thought it was just like a habit. And the ogres were basically the only people that were like doing it. Some people did it just to kind of copy them, but it's actually a thing. If you actually, on the original Xbox controller, if you actually do that, then your aim does reset a little bit. One of my friends tested, I mean, you can feel it in game. You can feel that it actually changes, right? Like for example, if you unplug your controller and plug it back in, some controllers will have drift, but then if you do a complete spin, they no longer have drift. And one of my friends also like tested it out on PC by connecting the S-type to the PC and doing one of the controller testers. And you can test out the like circularity, like how accurate it is, and it was more accurate whenever you do like an ogre twitch. You never knew that? Pretty wild. Yeah, no one really knew that. I don't think anyone knew it. Like, everyone thought it was just bullshit, just like some kind of habit. I mean, it definitely does nothing on any of the new games. It does nothing, but like on the original Xbox, it is a thing. It actually works. So, it is a thing on this, but for anything else, any other game, it's a habit. Oh, my stream showed up twice for you, chillin'? That's awesome. It said it's a setting. What's a setting? You can have it set. You're aiming to the middle of the screen. What do you mean? Or the upper part of your screen? What do you mean? It automatically resets your aim? What do you mean? Yeah, someone's saying that you're talking about auto look centering. Are you talking about auto look centering? That's different from what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the actual thumbstick is like out of sync with like what it should actually be doing. It's really only on the original Xbox, but if you do one, all it takes is one circle. So you don't have to do multiple circles, it's literally just one. So I just did it just now. You can do it with both. I mean, it's best to do it with both thumbsticks, but like with how often the ogres did it, like they did it like basically whenever they weren't in a fight. Like if you're playing optimally in this game, it is really good to do that a lot. So it's kind of cool because, like, to me, you either have to have the choice of just doing like an over twitch, or like aiming, like, and actually aiming where they're gonna be. So having the choice of doing both is pretty interesting for this game. Basically, at every point in the game, if you're playing at a high level, you need to be doing something, whether it's helping out teammates across the map, whether it's pushing up, whether it's pre-aiming in the correct space, setting up a grenade. Like, there's just so much action at all times in this game. Wait, so you can repeat what's... Oh, the circle? Yeah, I'll repeat it. So basically it's talking about back in the day, like I think it started out in Halo 1, the ogres did something where they just spin the circle. They did this a lot, where they just spin. And it got the name Ogre Twitch because the ogres did it so much. They actually said back then that it calibrates the sticks. That's what they said. And I remember no one really believed them and just kind of thought it was bullshit. But we found that it's actually true. So it actually does basically reset the sticks to where they're like, you're aiming in the correct spot. It actually does things like reduce drift. But again, this is only on the original Xbox. It doesn't apply to any other Xbox or PC. It's only on the original Xbox. Only on the S-types. Only on the Duke. So, if anyone does it on any other games, just kind of have it. My bro, your bro is a Halo 2 World Champion. Nice. That Mr. Ferrari? Is he the Halo World Champion? Wish we could go back to Halo 2, Halo 3 gaming. I mean, you can do it. It's back. The original Xbox is back on Halo 2. Original Xbox Live. honestly, with like a group of people playing it, it feels the same. If not, it feels better because now you have like newer hardware that you can use and everything. Yeah, but there's so many things that like made those days better. I mean, I think it starts with I think it starts off that like just having a group of friends to play with, like it's that. Just having that ecosystem, like everyone was within that ecosystem. Nowadays you have people on PlayStation, on Xbox, on Switch, on Steam, or different stores. Like there's not really like a unified way to connect people. So I think that's one. And it was just a really good online game. The rank system is very good. Yo, what up, bottles? Am I really doing this for 4 hours? Yeah. Only had like less than an hour and a half left. That's dedication, yeah. I appreciate it. I'm a little bit crazy, but I think anyone playing Halo 2 is in 2024 is going to be a little bit crazy. You love the sound? Yeah, I mean, that's going to be, I'm going to change it to my text ringtone. Whenever I get a text, it's just going to be a double shot. Just came in really fast. What do I think of Insignia so far? Insignia is awesome. I'm pretty sure they're still like working on improving things too. It works well. Do I still play Halo 2 or do I still play MCC Halo 2 or Halo 3? I haven't played MCC Halo 3 in like about, I want to say like a month, but I do enjoy it. I love playing Halo 3 on MCC. I think it's became infested with cheaters though. It's been that way for a while, but now it's like a lot of cheaters, so now if I probably hopped on MCC, I would probably turn on all the games and just play them all. Just because of how many cheaters there are in the game now. But as far as like Halo 2 on MCC, most people move to Project Cartographer if they want to play on PC. How are people cheating? There's a cheating program that's really popular that gets around the anti-cheat to where you can basically do anything you want. Like people have like slight aim bots, people have like full aim bots, like whatever. Like it's very easy for me to tell whenever like you're playing against those people. And a lot of people that people thought were legit have been basically exposed by all that stuff. So because of that, because so many legit people have been like caught, it just kind of ruins the game's reputation. Pretty much like what you've seen with aim hacking, yeah, that's what it is. So like it doesn't look like it. Like when you're looking at them, they may be getting like slightly more aim assist and things like that. But yeah, like recently on YouTube there was a good video made that summarized what happened with one of the Halo Infinite pros that got caught cheating. One of the EU players named Shady that played Halo Infinite. Which, by the way, they got like top 6, I believe, top 8 or top 6 on LAN, like in NA, and they won like 2 LANs in a row in EU, which had a lot of competition. They ended up winning. It was the guy that one of the guys that Legend teamed with, and Yeah, so it turns out that that guy got caught cheating online. So even though he went to lands, and even though he got top 8, he 1000% got caught cheating online. So, I mean, that pretty much goes to show that anyone could be cheating in that game, right? When you watch people play enough, you're gonna find out. And I mean, that's what happened with that guy. Like, enough footage came out to where people realized that he was cheating. Basically, the tell for that guy getting caught was when he was playing the game, on his point of view, he didn't get descoped. That was like one of the main cheats that he had. That's the one that he got caught with. Who knows if he was using anything else, but basically, he did not get descoped. In theater, the way it looks like in that game, it looked like someone was like zooming in and zooming out like a billion times, like extremely fast. So there was enough clips that basically proved that he cheated off that. But yeah, that's like the issue with Halo 3. Halo 2 doesn't really have that issue. There's not, like, in the Halo 2 community, especially like the competitive community, there's no one that's cheating, and if there is a cheater, they get, you know, they have to prove themselves to anyone else that thinks they're like thinks they could possibly be cheating. He said there's a trainer with no descope mod. Is that the Halo Infinite cheat? Yeah, that was like basically what that guy used, the no descope thing. Which is crazy because Halo 2 is hardcore. Yeah, I mean the difference nowadays is like the people that cheat, the people that get away with it do it like subtly, you know, like where they have like slight aim assist and stuff. Now, like back then, I mean, you can tell when someone's modding, they're flying across the map, or you can tell when you get standbyed, you know, people running in the walls. Now it's like, now it's hard to tell. There's not a good anti-cheat for these games. So the only way, like for the smaller communities like Halo 2 and Halo 3, the only way to do it is to self-police, where, you know, the people in the community, especially like the people that are the most respected, they're the ones that need to hold people accountable. If people think that if someone gets accused of cheating or someone thinks they're cheating, they would need to, you know, do things like stream their point of view, and maybe do what I'm doing right now with the hand cam, maybe, you know, who knows? Like, it hasn't really came up. But I know the Halo 2 community would take care of it if it were to happen. The Halo 3 community is pretty much in shambles because of all that. Like, there's so many people that people thought were legit that got caught cheating, so now it's just boring. But I mean, playing Halo 3 for fun on MCC is still fun, but the competitive side of it, which is what I enjoy the most, is pretty much ruined at the moment. What'd you say, Eastman? You said kills? Am I gonna play, or what am I doing? I'm double shotting for 4 hours straight. So I've been doing it for 2 hours and 50 minutes, so I have an hour left. I'm saying I'm fighting my demons. Yeah, what up? What am I doing right now? Doing a few little double shots here and there. I'm seeing it basically if if I can improve, if it's worth it to even do this. Is that practice? Yeah, I mean this is probably the best way to practice double shotting. I can't really think of a better way. Like, I'm just focusing on it. But the question is the practice worth it? Is it worth it to do this? And am I actually improving? If I do this for 4 hours straight, will I actually be better? Is this how I got good at fours? I mean, no. No. I will say I've never done this before. I mean, I've practiced double shotting before, like in the past. Maybe at the most, like 20 minutes. I've never done anything like this to practice it. Play Infinite. What's double shots? You haven't played Halo 2 since 2007. You love watching the gameplay. That's awesome. Yeah. So double shotting is pressing RRX. That's when you press the trigger twice and then the reload button. When you have to press the reload button after the second trigger. So it's very hard to time it correctly. There's like, I don't know the exact amount of frame window that you have, but it's very small, the frame window. So it's hard to see on the webcam right now, but like, it's the window's very hard. After you double shot, if you only have one weapon, you're stuck in this animation where you can't really do anything. You can't shoot or anything because the gun is trying to reload itself. That's like what the glitch is. It's like tricking the game to shoot, but also causing you to reload. So the way to get around that penalty of reloading is by switching weapons and switching back. So if you press YY really quick, it looks like your gun doesn't even switch. That's what I'm doing right now. So if you combine it all, it's RRX, YY, RRX. That's what I've been doing. Basically, it's pressing like 10 buttons every second. Question is, can you put the practice to the test? Can you still find matchmaking? Yeah, matchmaking works for Xbox Live. Matchmaking works for MCC, and I also play competitive 4v4s too. We're in a Discord, so yeah. But the question is, with me doing this consistently, is this consistent enough to be able to do it in-game reliably? And should I be going out of my way for secondaries when I'm playing in-game to be able to do this? Because with one gun, it's still not really worth it to do it. So don't your hands get messed up with gripping the controller for so long? Yeah, that's a good question too. So, when it comes to gripping the controller, and really any type of grip for anything, it's best to have like as loose of a grip as possible. If you have a really hard grip, it's going to put more stress on your wrist and things like that. So I actually have a really loose grip right now. Some people double shot by pressing the trigger 3 times in order to time it correctly. I'm just pressing it twice, so that's also the least amount of pressure possible, which allows me to like not get fatigued as fast. I also know a lot of hand stretches and stuff. Remember BXR and sword flying? Yeah. So sword flying got patched out of OG like way back in the day, like 2007. Like sword flying got patched out. You can still do it in campaign. And I kind of want to go back and play campaign, like through legendary one day. I might do that soon, who knows? Because I do miss sword flying in that. Yeah, I mean BXR and everything. Like there's glitches that people probably don't know. Like if you press RRBX, you can. I'm gonna do it right now. I did it just now. You can BXR without a full clip if you press RRBX. I mean, there's a lot of glitches that a lot of people aren't familiar with or aren't as popular. There's a way to still do the sword fly, but it's really hard, and you don't have like a long range. If you sword fly, like the max distance is like from here to like where I'm looking at now. And it's hard to do, so there is a way to still do it. Connor, you said who put out my favorite Halo 2 montage from back in the day? I think it's Walshy. I mean, Walshy's probably the one that I watch the most. Alright, so I figured out what I'm going to do at the very end. I'm going to do the Guardian glitch at the very end, after 4 hours. Do I think I can show people the Guardian glitch? Yeah. I'm going to do it at the very end. Wait, you called it? You literally said there's no way. We were thinking the same thing. That's crazy. I did it by accident a second ago, so that's probably why you said it. Yeah, that's probably why you said it. Yeah, I don't know if I still have a delay on my stream. I'll check it after this. If I still have a delay, I'll take it off by next time. Because I did play in a tournament somewhat recently, and I may have had a delay on them. I don't remember. Yeah, it could be YouTube. It could be for 10 seconds. I'm not sure. I may have it. Like when I had a delay on, I only had it for like a few seconds anyway, so it might be that. I'll have to check it afterwards. I can't when I stream, I can't change the delay until I like end the stream. I'll check it afterwards. But yeah, normally if I ever do put it on a delay for a tournament, it's normally only a few seconds anyway. That way, because like it's honestly like instant. Like you can, if I have no delay, people can like screen watch, see where I am and stuff. Wow, only less than an hour to go. Yeah, for sure, Queen. For sure. Yeah, super bouncing is a lot of fun. I need to learn all the super bounces again. The cool thing with Xbox Live being back on the original Xbox is you can open up the friends list and like close out of the friends list when you're in game, and doing so lets you see the like cracks on the floor where you can like potentially do super bounces. I know people are like looking to like find more super bounces and new ones and stuff. I need to just like learn them in general, just to have more fun with it. Can you play Halo 2 on Xbox Live from 360? No, you need the original Xbox for it. You could do X-Link on the 360, but not the Xbox Live. I think most of the people that played X-Link moved on to Xbox Live. And honestly, there's a delay whenever you play on the 360. So it's better to play on the original hardware anyway. You got rid of the Xbox years ago? Yeah. It's pretty easy to pick one up, like off Facebook Marketplace or like online. In my Discord, I have like kind of a tutorial on most of the stuff that you need. Like you need the original Xbox and just like an adapter to connect it to like a modern TV, or if you're using a CRT, just a cable for that. Just like a few other things. If you're starting from scratch, like to get everything you need, if you want to be able to like talk to people too, like probably around like 200 bucks to be able to get the original Xbox, the video adapters stuff, the adapter to make your headset work easily like with your PC. The equipment to do the either soft mod your Xbox or to just set up Insignia. That you kind of forgot, but after 2005, were there some Halo 2 events played on 360? No, there was never any MLG events played on 360 for Halo 2. It was all on the original Xbox. So that was for up until 2007. 2008 is when the Halo 3 events started for MLG. And for Halo 3 used the 360, but how are my hands? My hands are good. I'm fine. I think I could do this for a long time. I think I could do this, like, honestly, like my max for doing this. I think I could do it for 16 hours. I think that'd be my max. But I would have to take breaks doing it for 16 hours. I would have to take like, if you give me a minute every hour, I can do it for 16 hours. About a minute break. I will definitely not volunteer to do that though. Said you swear I did split. Yeah, so like, for me, what hurts my hands is using something that I'm not used to, right? So like, if I haven't used, like, let's say for example, I haven't played or touched a controller game in years, and I just hop on and play a controller game, my hands are going to be like killing after like less than an hour, right? It's the same thing for like if I play M&K. Like, I haven't played like an M&K game in a while, like Overwatch or anything. If I were to hop on Overwatch like tomorrow and play, after like an hour, my wrists would be killing me. But once I'm used to it, then it's fine. It's just kind of like, you know, like whenever you work out, and after you work out, your like muscles are really sore. It's kind of like that. Like if you haven't done it in a while. For me, that's how it works for me. But yeah, the S-type controller is a different beast than the other controllers, than like the Xbox one. So if I haven't used the S-type in a while, that would also mess up my hands. But after I get used to the S-type, then I'm fine. I think what I'm impressed about the most is like how consistently I have been able to YY. Like normally that's like, sometimes I press Y like 3 times, but like I've been able to do that pretty consistently. Sometimes the Y button gets stuck, though. Like what it just happened just now where it got stuck. Maybe I need to like put in some contact cleaner in there or something. Yeah, I only get like the hand pain if it's like I'm getting used to like the controller or something. I'm kind of getting good at this. I can kind of aim up. I don't think I've ever done that. I'm aiming up while double shotting. Because I'm literally doing this. I don't know if you can see this. I'm like holding up on here and it's close enough to press X. I don't think I've done. I've aimed to the right before because I can press the X button, but I can't aim to the left or down to press X if I'm not clawing. Yeah, what up, DH? Why am I doing it? Just to see if it's possible if I get better. Seeing if I can get better at doing it. Seeing if it's worth practicing. I mean, I might be able to do this in game. I think I can. Yeah, I can definitely do that in game now. So I'll be able to aim up when I double shot. Well, that's one thing I've learned from practice, being able to actually aim up while double shot. Like, I can actually do that now. I appreciate everyone in the stream. For everyone that's like talked for the first time today too, I appreciate you guys being here. Everyone on YouTube, everyone on TikTok and Twitch, appreciate you guys here. Southpaw made it easy to aim for you. Yeah. Yeah, it's just basically a little bit less pressure to claw when you use Southpaw. You wonder how much faster a double shot technically than shooting twice? You don't think it's twice as fast? No, it's not twice as fast. It's not. It's like probably like 1.5 times as fast, because obviously the burst takes a moment. So there's like half a second in between bursts. So like that's what you're cutting out. You're cutting out half a second, the time in between bursts. So say it's half a second. Double shot equals not skilled. That's a good take. What you're let me just try to get this right though. Like what you're saying is anyone can do it. So this is a skill that anyone can learn. So that's why you're saying it's not skilled. Because I think this is something that anyone can do. I don't think this is like, this is just a mechanical skill. I mean, some people are going to be able to do it better than others, right? Always, with anything. So there is a skill to it, but I don't know. Yeah, I appreciate the follow-up for doing it. You said that you used to do this back in the day with super jumps? Yeah, I think this is the only super jump that I know on this map. Did I get it? Oh, I got it. There's one from the other side too, but I don't know. They need to make a world record for the most consecutive double shots. Yeah, I don't know what mine would be. If I was like really dialed in and really trying, I want to say, I think the most that I could do if I was like practicing to do it would probably be around like 50. 50 would probably be the most, like my max. I don't think I could get better than that, like without messing up. It takes a lot of time because sometimes it's not me missing, sometimes it's the controller. Like similar to how like when I press Y sometimes the Y button gets stuck. That's not me, that's like the controller if the button is getting stuck. How many hours we're at? Well, we have 40 minutes left, so it's been 3 hours and 20 minutes. You always like the excessive shots when you're working on DXRs? Yeah. The excessive shot is cool. Kind of hard to pull off like when you're actually in the game, but it's fun to do. I can't do it right now because I'm host. The host can't do it. Hey, what up, chat? You said you're going around midship double shotting for 4 hours? Yeah. We're getting close to being done. Why am I doing it? I'm seeing if I actually improve, if it's worth doing. If I improve, how much am I actually improving? So I've never done this before. I've never like actually practiced it like this, you know? Used to practice double shotting, but you weren't very good at it. Yeah, it's one of those things where like I think I'm really good at it at this point, but I don't think that it's that viable in game to just go for this. Like especially if you only have one weapon. If you have two weapons, I could see myself going for double shots more now. Like if I have two weapons, but if you only have one weapon, if you only have the VR, it's hard to justify going for it without being able to YY. Button glitches are the number one reason you prefer Halo 2 or Halo 3. Yeah, the button glitches make it a lot of fun. I mean, my favorite is nade reloading. Just being able to throw a grenade and reload off of that. That's my favorite. Feels like you never have to reload if you... It feels like if you're playing properly in this game, you just never have to reload. So it's just like constant action. You said it's 2 times faster? What's 2 times faster? Are you just saying like double shooting is 2 times faster? This kind of reminds me of back in the day. I remember playing, like, staying up really late, playing Call of Duty, playing like Modern Warfare, and playing Black Ops. And I remember like staying up like super late, like staying up until like 6 a.m. just playing with friends, and being extremely tired but still playing. And it gave me this like weird, like, I don't even know how to describe it, but it kind of like prepared me mentally so that I was able to play and play well even though I was fatigued. Like, it didn't like mess me up being fatigued, so I could still play. So I feel like that, like if you actually practice when you're tired, that can actually be really beneficial if for someone that was trying to improve. Because that means if you can practice when you're tired, that means whenever, like, if you had to go to a tournament and you're playing and you're tired, then you'd be good to go. And that would not be an excuse for you of being tired at a tournament. So this kind of reminds me of that. Like, if my hands are fatigued and if they are hurting, like, if like mentally it doesn't bother me. So do you remember doing the exact same thing but for Halo 2? Yeah, I mean, I remember doing it for Halo 2 as well. Like, during the Halo 2 era, I think I was in middle school, and then high school. I think I was in like 9th grade, then like 10th grade. And I remember the same thing, because I would stay up so late with friends playing, and then school was so early in the morning, you know. So I was tired, and I was home. When I got home, I was tired. So basically, I mean, I think most of us were probably just tired all the time if you had to go to school and play Halo 2. Yeah, what up, Mr. Dingus? What's up, man? Can I give an explanation of the timing? Yeah. So the double shotting is pressing RRX, so shoot, shoot, reload. You have to press the trigger basically as fast as I'm shooting right now. That's how fast you have to press R. So you have to press it very fast twice, and then you have to press X right after you do it. So it's RRX, RRX. In order to keep shooting, because whenever you do RRX, there's a pause to where you can't do anything. So in that time period, you have to switch weapons and switch back. That's when I press YY. That's when you see my gun do this. That's RRX, YY, and then RRX. So I'm just constantly doing that. So it's basically like 10 buttons every second. So RRX, YY, RX. Yeah, what up, Mr. Robot? How's it going? Love your TV show. Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's inconsistent at it. I think there's a limit of how good you can be at this, but personally, I want to see what the limit is. Like, what's the best someone can be at this, you know? But everyone's inconsistent at it. What am I trying to do? Well, I'm seeing if it's worth practicing the double shoot. Like, so I'm seeing if I get better at it. So I've been doing this for 3.5 hours, over 3.5 hours now. And I want to find out if I can actually be better at it. So doing this is obviously like, or it's the timing to do it all is pretty difficult. But once you get the rhythm down, it's much easier. But I don't know how consistent they can be. I'm thinking that like the most consistent anyone can be at this is probably like around like 80%. That's my guess, is like around 80%, maybe more, slightly more, maybe. So whenever I mess up, I reload, basically. Like if you see me mess up, I'm reloading. I wouldn't consider me doing this messing up, or if I like switch weapons on accident, because that's like a different button. But if you see me like just reloading instead of double shotting, then that's me messing up. If you have 2 weapons, you can just YY, so even if you mess up, you can kind of recover from messing up. Yeah. Can you show what normal shots would be? Yeah, this is normal shooting. This is normal shooting. Maybe double shoot and shooting 2 shots at once. Well, I'm not doing it now, but like that. Been double shooting so much, I forgot what normal shooting's like. Then aren't there different kinds of double shots? Like some doubles come out smoothly as one double, and some have like a pause. Yeah. So I just did like a slow double shot. So I'm gonna try to do a slow one. It's kind of hard to do it intentionally. I'm trying to do a slow one. Well, you can do a very slow one, like if you don't do it correctly. So I did one like kind of slow one in there, but you can do a really slow one that's like almost about the same speed as shooting. You said, can it be done on Infinite? No. It's just Halo 2. So in Halo 2, you can BXR, where you can melee and shoot afterwards. And most people know of BXR with having a full clip being able to do it, but you can actually do it with without a full clip if you press RRBX. I'm gonna try it right now. I did it just now. So RRBX is basically combining a double shot and throwing in a melee. Lets you BXR without having a full clip. It's not easy to do. Yeah, Mr. Dingus, that's the point of the hand cam, to kind of show that's not a macro. Because macros are pretty much considered cheating in every game. Yo, what up, Furion? What's up, man? Yeah, it's not clickbait. It's been 3 hours and 40 minutes of this. You can still miss the beatdown with RVX. That's true. It's if you have 2 weapons, it's better just to melee and then YY and shoot. Like, it's very, very fast to do this compared to, and you can't really mess it up. And you don't have to prep it. Like, you have to prep the RRX because you have to, like, kind of, like, you have to be kind of shooting them, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to do that with the other one. Why am I doing it? It's for, I'm seeing if, for one, if it's possible. Can I actually do it? Can I actually do this for 4 hours straight? I haven't taken a break or anything. So I'm seeing if it can be done. I'm seeing if I actually improve. So we're seeing if I'm actually getting better. I'm seeing if I get fatigued, like if I get worse at it, if my hands get fatigued. And then I guess the biggest question is it worth it? Was it worth doing? Can someone benefit from actually doing this again? Should someone practice double shooting? And yeah. Those were the main things. The side notes are, is it actually viable to do what I'm doing right now in game? Is it actually worth going for this all the time in game? That's like the side note. I think mathematically, I think you'd have to be able to double shoot like 90% of the time, maybe 95% of the time, in order for it to be like mathematically worth it to go for it every time. But no one can do that. I think everyone is going to be like around 80% being able to do it at the very best, like around 80%, give or take a little bit, you know. How do I aim my double shot without call? So it's, you have to be very fast. I can actually aim, like, so I can actually aim up when I do it. So I just aimed up, and I can aim to the right because my thumb is overextended on my thumbstick to where I can actually press the X button if I'm aiming up. So it's like, if you can kind of see this, it's close enough to the X button when I hold up to press the X button. Same thing for holding to the right. Other than that, if I'm aiming to the left or something, after I do double shot, like as soon as I do it, I can aim to the left, and the bullets do trail just like a little bit, so I can aim like slightly after I do it, like after I put in the buttons, and then of course I could like aim right before I shoot too, like do like a micro adjustment. I'm clawing right now, so I can claw and double shot too, but it's just like I'm used to doing it the other way. I did a few double shots there on claw, so I can do it. I don't have boomer hands. I can do it. Oh, that's funny, Victor. You said do a claw double shot. Actually, I didn't even read your comment before I did it, but yeah. There you go. Am I still shooting at nothing? Yeah, I'm fighting all the demons. Yeah, I can claw. I talked about it earlier doing clawing, but I think that on the S-type controller, it's just harder to claw than regular controllers. So, the way that you have to hold the controller to do a regular claw, if you're shooting with your middle finger, is just puts more strain on your wrists, where it's just going to be worse, especially in the long run, to continuously do that. Someone did bring up the point of earlier that you can claw by putting the controller like down on your lap or whatever, and actually aim, and actually shoot with your ring finger, which puts less pressure on your wrist. If you do it that way, then you can still claw and aim. So I'm doing it right now, where I have my controller on my knee, and it's much easier to aim this way than a traditional claw. So this is like actually, if I were playing like from scratch, like resetting all my muscle memory, this would probably be the ideal way for it. But I have 20 years of doing this, so probably just gonna stick to this. Can you do this on MCC? Yeah, you can do this on MCC and Halo 2, and on Project Cartographer. Punisher said, what's a good sensitivity to play Halo that isn't double shotting at all through left stick on aim? A good sensitivity, it's different for Classic Halo and for Master Chief Collection. I think for Master Chief Collection, you want to stick around like between 5 and 7. I play on 7 for Master Chief Collection for every Halo. On Halo Classic, so on Halo 2, which I'm on the original Xbox right now, I play on 4. 4 cents in this game is basically equivalent to like 6 or 7 on MCC. Like, if you look at how fast I'm turning right now, like, you wouldn't think this is 4. Like, if you go to 4 on MCC, it's not this fast. I can promise you that. So, like, this slower sense in the classic games is equivalent to like higher sense for Master Chief Collection. Is this default FOV? Yeah. On default FOV on original Xbox is 78. So everyone on original Xbox is playing on 78. Yeah, if you're on the classic is on MCC, the timing is definitely different. Some people will prefer the timing, and some people will say it's easier, and some people will say it's harder. So, I don't really know if one's harder. I don't know if it's like just what people are used to. Like if someone's used to MCC, if it's just easier for them. Or I don't know if it's just like technically like more of a window to do the double shot on OG. I don't know. I hope someone can answer that one day. But the timing is definitely different, for sure. Can you short lift and double shot? Try it. No. I'm short lifting backwards, by the way. I'm fancy. I haven't done this in a while backwards, but the backwards short jump, which you won't see people do that much. Most people just do it like that. It's actually a lot harder than it looks to do it backwards. Dingus, you asked, is BXR in MCC? Yeah. Every button combo is in MCC. You don't play Halo 2 on OGX for 10 years into a LAN tournament and it was like riding a bike? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I did the same thing. We did there was a Halo 2 LAN and I was playing Halo Infinite. I didn't play I didn't play OG Halo 2 for, I don't know, what was it, like 15 years or so? And yeah, it didn't take too long to like get used to it. What am I doing after these 4 hours? That's a good question. I might be icing my hands, who knows? So after 4 hours, we're gonna do the Guardian glitch, and I'm gonna say if I think that it was worth doing this. We're gonna go over if I feel like I got better, if I feel like I got worse over time. Do I feel like it would be worth doing this? One thing I do know though is that when you're doing anything like this for a long time, the muscle memory is going to stay with you. So like if I did this for 4 hours, like, and I didn't touch Halo for like, say a month, I think I could do this again to like just as much, just because I spent this time. Am I gonna super jump for 4 more hours? I wish I knew that many super jumps. I need someone to teach me. I need someone with a lot of patience to teach me all the super jumps. Am I on Insignia? Yeah. You know quite a lot of super jumps, especially on Ascension. Yeah, I need to learn. Is there a super bounce archive with all the jumps? I don't know. I know there's YouTube videos of like people doing montages of super jumps and stuff, but I don't know if it's like if there's like tutorials of all of them. Those guys do some crazy stuff. I was actually like I think that they mostly do Project Cartographer, and it was 2 nights ago. I actually joined one of their lobbies because they do super jumps on there's a super jump lobby on Project Cartographer, and oh, later, Piron. You have a good night too. But I joined their lobby and it was headlong, and they're just super jumping over and over, doing the craziest stuff, like double bouncing, triple bouncing, like just like it's nothing. It was like a lobby of like 9 people, all super jumping, like it was just the easiest thing ever. Only 11 more minutes, yeah. We're almost there. We're almost done. It's almost been 4 hours. It's crazy. No, it's been fun. I mean, I don't think I would have been able to get through this without everyone in chat. So appreciate everyone being here. Everyone that's stopped by for a bit. I appreciate everyone. What's Project Cartographer? So if you remember Halo 2 Vista, that was released by Bungie. It was Halo 2 on PC. If you remember that, basically Project Cartographer. Well, first of all, MCC basically took that and tried to make that the Halo 2 Master Chief Collection, right? But what Project Cartographer did was, because Bungie abandoned the game and no longer supported it, it allowed Project Cartographer to legally modify the game and do updates for it. So it's basically a better version of Halo 2 Vista. That's basically what it is. So it's a way to play Halo 2 on PC, and it's better than Master Chief Collection. There's a lot of people that play it. It's like the preferred way to play Halo 2 on PC competitively. So the guys that do like 4v4s and 1v1s and 2v2s and everything are on there, and it's there's dedicated servers too, so you can literally just join a lobby and join in with 8 people and just play right away. What are the pros to playing that to MCC? Well, the game feels a lot better. Like the shots register better. That's really the main thing, is the shots register better. The shot pacing is correct. Like, you basically shoot the same speed as on the original Xbox. It's not like faster. There's a lot of like little things that make it better. Those are the main things. Some people think the spawns are different, like the spawns are like OG. I think the spawns are basically the same on both, but yeah. Punisher said he played Halo 2 last week and did a LAN with friends and had all the Xboxes and monitors, so there's so much lag. What monitors do I recommend? I recommend playing on a CRT. I'm playing on a CRT right now. So playing on a CRT is the best. There's a few things. I'll kind of break it down. One, you want to be using an Xbox controller. You don't want to be using an adapter. You don't want to be using like an adapter to use a modern controller. You want to be using a Xbox Series S or Duke controller. So you want to be using that. Number 2, It's actually better to use port 2, port 2, 3, or 4 on the Xbox. Those are faster than port 1. That's actually true. Someone measured it and everything. So it's actually better to use 2, 3, or 4. Then it's best to use a CRT. CRTs have no input lag. So because the Xbox just naturally has so much input lag and low frames, you're dealing with 150 milliseconds of input lag. So you need to basically lower everything else as much as possible. Every monitor has input lag, so the only way to get around it is using a CRT. Those are the main things. You do that, and you should be fine. Am I playing on Insignia? Yeah. I mean, right now I'm in a custom game, but yeah, I have Insignia. What's up, Sir Flexington? Right now I'm just in the game solo. I have 5 minutes left, guys. 5 minutes left of doing this for 4 hours. I've been shooting double shots for 4 hours. I've been practicing to see if this actually worth it. Is it worth it to double shoot for 4 hours? I know a lot of people are on TikTok right now and are joining for the first time. I will have the rebroadcast for proof that I did this for 4 hours on YouTube. So it is less than 5 minutes left of completing this. And I'm seeing if it's actually better to, or if I can actually improve for doing this for 4 hours, if it's even worth it at all. Was this just a big waste of time? So I'll have my conclusion soon. I'll tell you what I think, guys. Connor, you asked, is it faster on MCC? And can you super jump on photographer? Yeah, you can super jump on photographer. Because it's kind of tied into the frame rate, you have to be on a server that has 30 frames on private photographer. So you can see the lobbies because they're called like OG super bounce lobby. So yeah, so you can super bounce in those lobbies. Yeah, CRTs are hard to find. The next best thing is, oh, that's the other thing. If you're using a monitor, you need to be using a good converter that has no lag. The ones for Xbox, the Electron, I think it's called Electron Xbox. It used to be called Xbox to HDMI. They changed the name. I think it's Electron X Out, I want to say. So using that adapter or using the Exadusa, those are both HDMI adapters that have good quality with no lag. So you definitely need that. If you don't have that, and if you're using like a generic like adapter, those are going to be really bad. Electric Shepherd, yeah, it's like, I think it's called something Shepherd, I forget. If you were to Google Xbox to HDMI Shepherd, something like that, it'll come up. It's like 40 bucks. Converts. It's just an adapter that lets you use an HDMI cable. I'm not using that though, I'm just using the CRT. Did I play back in the day? Yes. And because how am I doing that consistently doubleshotting? Yeah. Yeah, I played back in the day. I mean, I have montages on YouTube and stuff. I was a pro player. I mean, I want to say back in the day, I was the best at double shooting without clawing. I personally think I was the best at doing this without clawing. I don't know about now, but back in the day, I was doing this way more than anyone else. Like without clawing. You played religiously, but I'm the best you've ever seen with it. I appreciate it. I mean, I'm basically seeing right now if it's worth it. Like, and anyone can go back and watch on YouTube, because this rebroadcast will be on YouTube after the stream. Anyone can go back and see if I'm actually double shooting now better than I did at the beginning, or if it's the same. Or if you go like halfway in, you can see like how much it was then. Like if I actually was because like you could argue at this point, maybe my hands are fatigued, maybe I'm not as precise, and maybe I needed like an hour to warm up. So yeah, you can go back and see for yourself, basically. For sure not better than Walshy. No, I'm saying Walshy clawed. I mean, I can claw and double shoot too, so like I can claw and double shot. So I just did 2 double shots with claw. I mean, I can do that too. I just don't play that way. Xbox inside no OG Xbox. Yeah, this is on the OG Xbox. And Connery said, when you think about it, you really only need to chain like 3 or 4 double shots per kill. Yeah, I mean it's 2. So I mean, just a 4 shot, you really only need 2. But the downside is if you miss it, and you have to like recover. Because like if you have to recover, even if I have 2 weapons and I like mess up and have to recover, it's slower than just shooting 2 shots normally. Triple shot for the finale. All right, that's it. We finished it, guys. We did it. You're assuming I might miss some shots? Yeah. So, in conclusion, let's see, what do I think here? I think that I did improve. I feel like I did get slightly better. It's kind of like working out, right? So like, if you haven't worked out in a while and you lost a lot of muscles, like if you do it again, if you start working out again, then you gain the muscles back. Same thing for this. It's just a skill that if you practice it, you'll be a little bit better at it. I don't know how much better exactly I got. Maybe I got 1% better. Maybe I got like 2% better. But being able to talk to chat and do this, being able to read chat while doing this, like being able to multitask while jumping around and doing this, like I think all that can like help, so that I'll be able to just kind of do it more. Do I think it's worth it that I did it for 4 hours? Definitely not. I don't think so. I think like basically I was looking at the clock. I think like after about like an hour and 10 minutes, if anyone wants to go back and like watch around then, about an hour and 10 minutes, I think that is like the most like I needed to get like completely warmed up doing it. So like if anyone did want to practice it, I would say 1 hour at the most. I wouldn't recommend doing more than that. Yeah. So I'm going to I said I would do the guardian glitch to end the stream. So let's do that. So the guardian glitch I need to do, let's see. All right. Killed by the guardians, there we go. Did it. I was killed by the guardians. Alright, thanks for everyone that watched the stream. Thanks for everyone that tuned in on TikTok, on Twitch, on YouTube. And if you're watching this on YouTube afterwards and wanted to see the conclusion, I appreciate you watching this part too. Hope everyone has a good night, and I'll talk to you guys later.